Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back, welcome back to my channel, good folks of the algorithm. How are you doing? I hope everything is well. I hope your weekend been going well. I hope your week was going well. A lot of eventful things was happening this week. So, shout out to you guys. Shout out to you guys. Now, I know I was supposed to return back yesterday, but I'm going to keep it real honest with you guys. I couldn't. I was so tired from coming back from work. I literally slept the whole day away. I did not wake up until like 4 p.m. And then I had to literally like eat something, get dressed and everything like that and get ready to go to work. So that's how my day was that Saturday. So I apologize. So I wanted to come back today with the cases that I said I was going to do for you on Saturday. And I just want to again shout out to all my Aries. Is Aries season, Aries gang in the building. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. I'm preparing for my birthday next week. The last of the Mohegans of the Aries April gang. You know what I'm saying? We special, we kind of different. It is what it is. So I'm looking forward to that. Looking forward to that. Getting one more year older, definitely in the 40s. Shout out to the 40s, the Cougars. Love the Cougars, right? So I'm ready for it. I'm looking forward to it. Hey, Joanne, how are you doing? Good to see you. Good to see you, darling. Good to see you. I hope everything is going well. And again, shout out to you, Miss Jalen. Thank you so much for stopping by and being the first one to come and support. Appreciate it. Let's see. Hi. No, I don't. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. All right. So the last live that I had, someone wanted me to look up a couple of cases, and I just appreciate all the ones who put cases in the chat that wanted me to research and look up some things so we could talk about it for our next stream. So with this case that I have, someone wanted me to look up the case of Christina Williams, and I did. Yes, Cougars in the house there now. Yes, so I did. And the case that Christiana Williams case, Christiana Maria Williams case, was very, very, very interesting to actually look up. You know what I'm saying? This poor young girl, she was 13 years old at the time when she lost her life. And she lost her life. It was an actual missing person case. And the person who actually took her life was not convicted until 2020. So just think about it. That was only 5 years old, 5 years ago, where the person who was convicted of her murder and her rape and everything was only solved by 5 years ago. She lost her life back in 1998. She was born 1985. So if she was alive this year in 2025, she would be 40 years old if her life was not gruesomely taken away from her. So I wanted to research this for you guys. And I want to, just in case if anybody is not aware of it, this was a big thing that I didn't know. But that's because around the time when it was happening, I was in my youth, and I was doing what youthful people do, little babies do, run around and play with crayons and stuff like that. I wasn't thinking about things like this. But this case was very big, especially in California, right? Seaside, California. Even it had celebrities also chimed in on what happened to this young girl. So we're gonna go over that. I have a small video for you in reference of her. But before we go over that, let's look at the actual case that they have in the system in regards of the man that they convicted for her murder. Let's look at that first, okay? So like prayers to this young girl. And I know this is unfortunate for her family, and it was very interesting for me to hear about this case. So let me share my screen. All right, so I hope you guys can see my screen. So give me a one if you could. Can you see it? Just put a one in the chat if you can see it good enough, okay? So this is let's see. Okay, so here we go. If you're gonna come in and think you're being disrespectful and think you're hurting my feelings, you're sorely mistaken. You can just go troll someone else. But shout out to the trolls, right? All right. So in this case, this is from the county of Montreal. This is in California. Now, the person who was convicted of her murder was Charles Hallfield, convicted of murdering Christina Williams in 1998. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. So this was dated back in 2020 because this is when he was actually convicted. So this is what's on their website. So the Monterey County District Attorney Janine M. Pocio announced today that Charles Allen Hollifield, age 59, was found guilty of the 1998 kidnapping, sexual assault, and murder of 13-year-old Christina Williams. Hollifield was convicted following a 10-day court trial before the Honorable Pamela Butler, who immediately sentenced him to life in prison without possibility of parole following the verdict. On the evening of June 12, 1998, Christina Williams left her family home in the military housing complex in Seaside to walk her pet dog, Greg. Her dog was found wandering in the neighborhood with his leash attached, but Christina never returned home. 7 months later, her skeletal remains was discovered under branches in a remote area of Fort Ord off of the Imgen Road. While the medical examiner was unable to determine her cause of death, the circumstances of her disappearance and death indicated that she had been murdered. Hollifield became an early suspect in the investigation because he was a convicted sex offender who had been found trespassing since twice on the restricted area of Fort Ord in 1997. Hollifield was repeatedly interviewed by the FBI and denied having any involvement in the murder. However, he said he did not have an alibi for the night Christina disappeared and did not know where he was. He told multiple witnesses he was very familiar with Fort Ord. A prior girlfriend testified that the defendant was very familiar with the location where Christina's body was found, and that he had once threatened to kill her while driving on one of the roads that led to the recovery site. The mother of one of Hollifield's girlfriend provided him with an alibi for the night of the murder when she was contacted by the FBI in July 1998. Hollifield's girlfriend later adopted that alibi and testified at trial that he was with her the evening of the kidnapping. However, in 2011, the girlfriend recanted her alibi and claimed she only provided it because she was fearful of Hollifield due to his prior violence and threats. Numerous witnesses who testified at trial contracted the alibi and the girlfriend's other statements. In April of 2017, Hollifield was formally charged with Christina's murder after her underwear was retested for DNA evidence by the California Department of Justice Crime Laboratory, and sperm cells were located. The DNA profile developed from the sperm cells matched Hollifield exactly. Hollifield's 2 prior sexual assault convictions, involved him attacking, strangling, and raping teenage girls walking alone in the Monterey County in 1979 and 1983. Both victims courageously took the stand against Hollifield and testified to their assaults at trial. Hollifield, who had been facing the death penalty, agreed to waive his rights to a trial by jury in exchange for a maximum sentence of life without a possibility of parole. The district attorney's office entered into this agreement after consulting with the Williams family, who expressed their desire to closure and finality of the judgment in their daughter's case. The decision was also partially based on an executive order issued in March 2019 by Governor Gavin Newsom, which created an effective moratorium of death penalty in California. Hollifield also waived his right to wits in appeal and he was convicted. Sorry, he was convicted at the court trial. And the judge Butler found him guilty of first-degree murder of Christina, and also found true to special circumstances allegation that the murder was committed during the commission of a kidnapping and the commission of lewd and lascivious act on a child at the age of 14. She also convicted Holifield of kidnapping Christiana with the intent to commit rape, and she found true allegations that he was a habitual sexual offender who has suffered 4 prior strike offenses within the meaning of a 3-strike law. The case was investigated by the Federal Bureau of Investigation with the assistance of innumerable state, federal, and local investigative agencies. In 2017, the Pensacola Cold Case Project, the Department of Justice Bureau of Forensic Science, Crime Laboratory and Freedom, and the Banishki DNA Laboratory in Richmond provided valuable investigative support that led to the resolution of the case. Successful prosecution would not have been possible without Chief Ryan McRick, investigators Tracy Spencer, Ben Dager, Alicia Cox, and Natalie Dill of the Monterey County District Attorney's Office Bureau of Investigation, and District Attorney Victim Assistant Program Manager Pamela Patterson. Okay, so that is the whole, pretty much everything what happened that led to this guy being convicted. This is the website. You can definitely go view that yourself. But I wanted to show that to you guys because he not only did this to one person, he did this to numerous of women, to numerous of young girls. He was scoping around the naval base because that poor little girl, her mother and her father is Japanese American and her mother was Philippines, right? They was living on the air base, the naval air base in Japan for 14 years prior to coming to the United States. So that's how they were stationed over there in California. Now, he was literally patrolling around that area for a long time. He knows the ins and outs of that base area. He did that to numerous girls before. They said dated back to 1979. And when it came across this girl, this particular girl, he unalived this girl. Everybody else was a sexual offense, but this girl was not only was she assaulted, she was also, her life was taken. This brought a lot of havoc within the Seaside, California community. Like I said, many actors started advocating for her. This case was went cold for 20 years, guys. 20 years, this case went cold. That means for 20 years, they did not know what happened to this girl, who did this to this girl, or nothing. They didn't know anything. She just completely disappeared. And we finally got justice. We finally got justice when it became 2022. Get out of here. Why don't you just go and leave me alone? You doggone stalkers. Like, really? Like, you stalkers, go away. Bye. Anyway, so I want to show you guys the actual video that some people were reporting on this young lady, because she was reported on. She was reported on. It was a big deal. And people felt the kind of way. So here is the news reporting in reference of when he got convicted, or when the police was going to say that they were going to arrest Charles Holifield. So I'm going to share this with you right now.
Well, Dan, Aaron, it didn't take long for investigators to focus their attention on Charles Holyfield early on in this case, but they just didn't have the evidence to charge him.
How you
Today,
doing?
prosecutors dropping a bombshell saying they now have DNA evidence.
We will be charging Mr. Holyfield with first-degree murder.
It was an announcement nearly 2 decades in the making. Prosecutors announcing they will charge Charles Holyfield with the kidnapping and murder of Christina Williams. And they say they have the DNA evidence to prove it.
There was a DNA match, that in conjunction with all of the other evidence that had been developed by the various agencies, it's led us to the position we are in today, that we do have evidence, we believe, where we could sustain our burden of proving guilt beyond a reasonable doubt.
The 56-year-old Holyfield had early on been suspected of nabbing the 13-year-old as she walked her dog near her four-door home. Holyfield had a history of assaulting and raping teens. And just 3 months after Christina disappeared, he attempted to kidnap a Marina woman at gunpoint. With insufficient evidence to charge Holyfield, the case went cold. Until last year, when a cold case review team requested items be retested for DNA. They got a hit, and it led to Holyfield and Thursday's surprise announcement.
The Peninsula Cold Case Project. When agencies work together, share information, and share resources, cases like this can be solved.
The FBI has a long memory. Time nor distance keeps us from our attention in solving cases such as this.
Former FBI agent Rick Lack worked on the Christina Williams case until he retired 6 years later. He never gave up hope the case would be solved.
How are you? How you
It's
been?
satisfying. It's extremely satisfying to me that it's finally happened, that there's great evidence out there to hold this person responsible that can withstand the government's burden of proof, and DNA's pretty dynamite evidence. I couldn't be happier.
Now, prosecutors say they will formally file their charges against Charles Holyfield next Friday of next week. Plan to charge him with first-degree murder, kidnapping, lewd acts with a child. Now, taking into consideration his previous strikes, Holyfield could be facing the death penalty if convicted. Prosecutors now in the process of filing paperwork to have Holyfield transferred from a state prison where he's currently doing 25 years of life on those previous convictions. Reporting from Salinas, I'm Felix Cortez. Dan and Aaron, back to you in the studio.
Felix, thank you. Several years ago, we revisited the Christina Williams case and its impact not only on our community, but across the country.
Christina Williams was a remarkable young girl. The youngest of 3 kids, she had throughout her life traveled extensively with her family due in large part to her father's military career.
Have a good day at work.
Hawaii, the Philippines, and Okinawa, Japan. Later, the family came to this simple home in Seaside less than a year before she disappeared. Despite a new life and a new place, she was very well adjusted, good grades, well-liked, and pretty. She obeyed her parents. She was a friendly young girl with an easygoing smile, the kind of girl who liked to play on walks with the family dog, Greg.
Christina Williams would leave her house and walk along this area as she took her dog out, as she did most every night. It was quiet, peaceful, not an area where you would think something would happen. But that night something went terribly wrong, and it was as if Christina Williams simply vanished.
They had found Greg, the dog, a short time later, dragging his leash. Christina Williams had vanished. There was little to go on. Every angle was examined, every possibility reviewed over and over again. The story of Christina grew, as did the search. Her story went national, and support and prayers poured in. But there was no sign of Christina Williams.
The search goes on for a 13-year-old girl who disappeared almost 2 weeks ago.
All authorities had to go on was a single sighting. Suspects seen in the area in a Mercury Monarch or Ford Granada with gray primer. 2 men were seen, a heavy-set driver in his 20s, another man with a thin build in the passenger seat. Their images were spread far and wide, and while tips did come in, few seemed to lead anywhere.
It was 7 months to the day from when Christina disappeared till her remains were found. And while one question was answered, there were so many that were not. Today, she is still remembered on this spot, including this plaque. It reads, "A gift from God, Christina will always be remembered as a loving daughter to her parents, and a compassionate sister to our community. May each of us do everything possible to prevent this from happening to any of our children ever again.
We're asking now for the community to give us and the family their support more than ever before to help us locate those who might have committed this crime.
But the questions remained. Who? Why? How? Questions unanswered for years until authorities would finally get a break.
It is closure. It is 7 months of pain that we have gone through that is now concluded. So I want justice to be taken care of in this case, and it will be. It will be one way or other. Justice will be taken care of.
That day could soon come. I talked with Christina's father, Michael Williams, at length this afternoon about the DA's announcement.
All that stuff just started to flood back. All those memories started to flood back of going through it. It's opening the scab back up that you thought was healed. Somebody just is starting to slowly rip it open again. And if we want justice, then this is the steps that need to be taken. We want this to have been done many, many years ago, obviously. Him to be found convicted if the evidence presents itself, which I'm sure it will.
This has been very, very difficult for Michael Williams and his wife, Alice. While stationed here, Michael was a meteorologist at Fleet and Miracle for the Navy. The family moved to Florida after the murder. They are now traveling the country in an RV. He currently is on its way to Utica, New York to raise money for the Missing Children's Fund. Much more is available on our website at ksbw.com. You'll find a timeline that lays out the sequence of events in this case. Again, you'll find it at ksbw.com.
So I wanted to show that because they did have other people who did videos on it, but y'all really get the drift of this, right? And one of the reasons why it took so long for her case to actually be solved is because the technology that we have now when it comes down to DNA testing is more advanced than it ever was back in the 1980s. Remember, or the 1990s. Remember, she lost her life in 1998. They were not doing DNA tests as like, you know, I'll say as good as we're doing it today, right? They weren't doing that. And it was hard because when her remains was found, she wasn't found as if, like, you know, her pants was somewhere, her underwear was somewhere, her bra was somewhere else. No, they actually found her fully clothed and her pants buttoned up. And at that time, they didn't think that, hey, you know, she was sexually assaulted. They thought that maybe she was just unalived. But now, being with the new technology that we got coming into the 2000 and so, they actually tested her underwear and they was able to still get a DNA from it. And it literally linked it back to him because he was already in the system, because he was already a sexual offender. And this is why they were able to get their justice back in 2020. So I wanted to just do this for the lady who asked me to review this case. It was sad, especially for the simple fact that there was many other young girls who was sexually assaulted by this guy, but because they feared their life, they never spoke up. They went and got their regular treatments and stuff like that they needed to live a somewhat normal life, but they never spoke up and they never put a face to the name. And then on top of that, it was the help of his girlfriend, right? His girlfriend, she initially did not, you know, do the right thing. She tried to lie for him because he came to her for an alibi. But then when he threatened her, when he started to threaten her life and saying that something was going to happen to him, then that's why that, you know, she finally did the right thing, changed her alibi, got the guts and put 2 to 2 together, and which gave the other young women that was assaulted by him prior back into the 1980s, they gave them the strength to come out and to also be a character witness of the things that he did to them, that he definitely did this thing to Christiana. Prayers to that family, you know, prayers to that young girl. Like right now, she would be 40 years old. She would be probably have her own family, her own children and everything. And, you know, she missed that because a horrible creature like him. And just to think about how much of a punk he was, he didn't even want the death penalty, because at that time there was still the death penalty in California. He didn't even want that. He pleaded to a deal to just to have life in prison with no parole. Like, you got to be so much of a punk that you're willing to take young girls who is literally half your size, not even a quarter of your weight. You take their life and you violate them, but you a punk and not, you can't take your own consequence. You have to do a plea deal. No, just let me just live the rest of my life in jail and rot in jail. No, I would have told him no, that he should have just gotten the death penalty. That's how I feel personally. That's exactly how I feel. You can say whatever you want. I don't care. That's how I felt. He should have got the death penalty. But I wanted to go over that. Prayers to that young girl. It was a horrible, horrible situation. And I'll just say thank you to the person who wanted me to review that, because that person did say that this was their friend, meaning that they probably went to school with them and stuff like that. So this is something that was, that still sits with them. They did say that this did rock that community, right? That community was in shambles. Like, parents was afraid to send their kids to school. Even on base, parents was afraid to even let their kids, roam around on base. And here you are thinking that, being on a military installation is the safest place that you could possibly be, and it wasn't, especially when someone was sitting up there analyzing and observing everything that was going on the base, knew the base inside and out, knew when to go and to strike. That's just sad. It's really, really sad. As of right now, he is currently still alive. There has not been no new reports that I've seen on the news saying that he's, he died in his jail. So right now he's still alive and he's still currently serving his sentence. Hey, Sophia, how are you? I hope everything is well, darling. Good to see you. All right. So now that we got that one out of the way, I have another case for you guys. So this is something that has to do about a twisted night that changed everything. We're going to listen a little bit into a 911 call, and then we're going to start finding what everything takes place. Mind you, I have not reviewed this yet, so we're reviewing this video together. So just make sure you're hitting the like button for me and sharing out to anybody who enjoy this type of content. So let me go ahead and share this, and here we go. No, you're absolutely right, Miss Jalen. No neighborhood is safe. The concept of being safe is something that we like to tell ourselves because it makes it easiest for us to continue on doing what we need to do in society, in this world. We don't let that stop us. But if we really think about it, ain't nowhere safe. People are not even safe in their own homes. Let's go on.
Oh, I just walked up and there's a car in my driveway with a dead body.
With what?
Dead body.
A dead body?
Yes.
Police say that friend ended up dead hours later. The victim's body was found in the suspect's driveway.
When it's time to leave, Serrano looks annoyed when motioning to Tabaris Maya. At one point, Serrano makes an ominous gesture with her hand that some could mistake for a gun motion. Both were out with gym friends for their monthly get-together.
Hey, Barry, how are you? Good to see you. Hey, Kristen, how are you doing? Good to see you. Good to see you. Oh, no. Here we go. Are you Kim? You come here to torture me, Chiwu? Huh? You come here to get your get back? How are you, sir? Let's go on.
Okay, you did, after we discussed this case earlier at your residence, agree to come here with us to the police station, correct?
I didn't agree. You brought me, but that's okay.
Well,
I'm
no,
here.
well, no, let's not word it that way.
Are you here because you want to be here?
You weren't put in handcuffs, correct?
Oh yeah.
You recall that you weren't put in handcuffs?
No. That's
And you recall that when we were sitting in the kitchen, Detective Young and I in your house, we told you we wanted to ask you some more questions, that we're investigating the death of Daniela, that you were the last person that we
Hey,
know that's
Mr. Harry
still alive.
Potter, how are you?
We asked if you'd come here and speak with us. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay, Chidru.
All right. So
And I apologize.
while you were at the World of Beer, you were with Austin, as you mentioned, and you saw Rick, and you saw several
Nick,
people.
the wife, and everybody else that that in and out of the.
And Daniela Tavares, this is the person who's been identified, right?
Yes.
On your driveway.
Oh,
as
Kristen,
deceased.
I'm sure you have more.
Did you see her there last night?
Yes, she
But
was
living
here.
is a great
She
thing
was at the
too,
World of Beers,
ain't it?
and she was with a bunch of women, the husbands and stuff like that. And I was sitting there, and they were talking, and we were talking, and everybody was having a great time, back and forth.
Do you remember what she was wearing? Was it?
Oh God, no.
No, you don't recall what Daniela was wearing?
No, I didn't pay attention.
Okay.
That wasn't on my.
But because we're gonna look to spot her on a video there from World of Beer and see who was hanging around there. What were you wearing?
The only thing that I remember with her, because it was her hair.
I think so. Hi, Flower. How are you doing?
When you go to the gym, you normally
Oh, let me look at this one again.
ponytail and stuff like that, so you don't.
Oh, yes, it is.
Her down. It was wavy and curly.
All right. So, yeah, this one I'm not going to go over because I think I already did a live stream on this one. This is from a different angle. This is why it looks so different. The one angle that I had was more for the left side. So that one I had, you have to go back and look at that on episode, I think it was episode 31 or 32. So yeah, go check that one out if you haven't seen that one. That one was ridiculous. That was the one where this lady was in love with this lady at the club, and she lured her to the house and put a bullet in her head because she did not accept her sexual advances. And then she tried to lie and say, oh, I don't know how this lady got on my lawn, how there's blood in my car. She didn't know nothing. She tried to say that she woke up and she went and took a shower first before she woke up, went downstairs, and saw this lady with a bullet hole on her lawn. It was ridiculous. That one was so ridiculous. That story was terrible. Hi, Cindy. How are you? Good afternoon. Good afternoon. All right. So let's look at this case right here. This one I haven't went through. This is the horrible case of the Schmidt family massacre. It's a true crime documentary. I think that you should enjoy it. So let me pull this one up. All right. So like I said, if you want to look at that one that we were just about to look at, that is in episode 2 of the psychology and crime reviews that I've been doing. You'll look at that one. But let's check this one out. Here we go.
What was meant to be a joyful family camping trip full of laughter, s'mores, and starry nights turned into an unimaginable nightmare for the Schmidt family. In the early hours of July 22nd, 2022, an unknown assailant brutally murdered 3 family members while they slept in their tent. The tragedy sent shockwaves through the community, leaving everyone to question who could commit such a heinous crime. In this video, we'll explore the details of this harrowing case and attempt to understand the tragedy that claimed the lives of 3 innocent individuals. This is the chilling story of the Schmidt family. Tyler Schmidt was born on November 13, 1979, in Iowa, USA. He grew up in Cedar Falls, a city known for being home to the University of Northern Iowa. From a young age, Tyler joined the Boy Scouts, where he achieved the esteemed rank of Eagle Scout. This experience ignited his lifelong love for nature and camping. Tyler especially enjoyed the camps organized by the Lutheran Church, which encouraged family gatherings.
Correct, Joanne.
While he learned to play the trumpet in his free time, his true passion lay in adventure and sports. He participated in cross-country running and was a member of the swim team at Northern Iowa High School in Cedar Falls. Additionally, he enjoyed canoeing, hiking, and snowshoeing. His interest in computing led him to Missouri, where he studied computer science at Truman State University. There, he not only earned his degree but also met Sarah, who would later become his wife. Sarah was born on March 27, 1980, in Kansas City. She spent part of her childhood near St. Louis with her siblings Karen, Jane, and Adam. Sarah shared Tyler's love for outdoor activities, especially bird watching and studying insects. Like Tyler, she was a Girl Scout and received the highest recognition, the Gold Award. She inherited her adventurous spirit from her mother, with whom she went backpacking in Central America. It was no surprise that Tyler knew she was his soulmate upon meeting her. As a student, Sarah excelled not only academically, but also in leading student projects aimed at improving school life. Her positive leadership and inclination earned her the prestigious Truman Scholarship while still at Washington High School in Washington, Missouri. This scholarship led her to Truman State University, where she met Tyler. They fell in love, started dating, and she readily accepted his marriage proposal. Both Tyler's and Sarah's families supported their decision to marry, as it was evident that they were perfect for each other and destined to build a beautiful family together. On Saturday, June 22, 2002, friends and family of Tyler and Sarah began arriving, elegantly dressed, at St. John Lutheran Church, located in Cedar Falls. The guests took their seats as directed by the wedding organizers. Seated at the front were Tyler's parents and Sarah's mother with her siblings. Nearby were Tyler's uncles and cousins. Outside the church, Sarah waited to make her entrance, accompanied by her father, who was ready to walk her down the aisle and give her away to her future husband. That day, Tyler and Sarah, both 22 years old, exchanged vows and promised to stay together until death parted them. Their shared love for nature led them to choose Boundary Waters, a well-known wilderness area on the border between the United States and Canada, specifically between Minnesota and Ontario, as the destination for their 10-day honeymoon. In the first decade of their marriage, Tyler and Sarah focused on achieving economic stability and furthering their professional careers. After earning their bachelor's degrees in Missouri, the couple moved to Lawrence to pursue their respective master's degrees at the University of Kansas, where Sarah eventually worked. As a computer science expert, Tyler worked for a supermarket, a delivery company, and UPS. He also spent 18 years at a company specializing in business-to-business billing and payments. Beyond their professional commitments, the early years of the Schmidts' marriage were filled with adventures. They always found ways to spend time together and explore new natural destinations. They frequently gathered with family or friends to enjoy their shared love of board games. Occasionally, they participated in activities organized by members of the Lutheran Church and, as avid fans of the Kansas Jayhawks, supported the basketball tournaments held at the Allen Fieldhouse. The year 2013 was bittersweet for the couple. On one hand, Sarah's father passed away from a heart attack, a significant loss for his loved ones. On the other hand, After 11 years of marriage, the couple welcomed their first child, Arlo. 3 years later, on September 17, 2015, they experienced the joy of parenthood again with the birth of a beautiful daughter, Lula Schmidt. When Arlo was 6 and Lula was 3, the family moved to Cedar Falls to be closer to Tyler's relatives. Cedar Falls welcomed them warmly, and they soon became active members of the community. Tyler continued working as a software engineer while Sarah started working as an assistant at the city's public library, and the children enrolled in Lincoln Elementary School's preschool. Tyler and Sarah were known for their kindness and willingness to help others, making everyone around them feel important. This commitment earned them the affection of their neighbors and the entire community. The same was true at the library where Sarah worked. Her warmth and friendly demeanor quickly made her well known and appreciated both inside and outside the library. The couple made sure to instill in Arlo and Lula the same passion they had for outdoor activities and nature. In 2021, they began camping with their children, and despite their busy schedules, the children loved these outings so much that the parents made time for them whenever possible.
So I love when these video essays give you somewhat of like the background of these people who dealt with a horrible, experience like this, like a murder case and stuff like that, because it gives you the chance to actually know these victims. Too much have we be put in a situation where we see so much unaliving and killings and things of that stuff that happen that eventually it becomes a number, especially if you're dealing within law enforcement, dealing with being a coroner and stuff like that. After a while, seeing all these things happen, you just tend to look at it like case number 1033, case number 4052, or whatever not. You forget to put a person, a person with a life story who was impactful or meant something to other individuals, their community. You tend to lose that after seeing that, and dealing with that all the time. They start to become a number. So it's great when we have these video essays that do give us some insight to these people's lives. My thing is that what happened to them, this incident happened to them while they were camping as a family. They already gave you their background story. Not only was the father a wildlife expert or, survival instincts expert, so was the mom. This is what they did for fun, right? Hiking, terrain, knowing different plants, knowing the area or the location that they were in and how to survive. They did this for fun. So it would have sound funny if they would have been found unalive as a family due to whatever natural circumstances that happened outside of a bear attack or another wildlife animal attack. I would not see anything happening to this family, especially since they have a history of doing this prior to having children. And while their children were young, they were instilling those same survival tactics in them. You know what I'm saying? So it's, to me, now looking at it saying that this was a murder case, I'm wondering who knew where they were, right? Who knew where they were? Why was this person out in this camping site or wherever they were? Why were they there? Was this planned? You know what I'm saying? Was this intentional? Was it actually just a random serial killer? And were they in the wrong place at the wrong time? Now I'm starting to question, because from what they're saying, these people didn't have no enemies. These people didn't have no enemies. They were welcome every place that they uprooted and put their family at. They was accepted. They knew the area. They knew the surrounding. They knew the forest. So how did they get unalive in this manner? I would want to know that. But we're going to continue on here in a little bit, and they can start telling us what actually happened to this family that only one person lived. Only one person lived. Not 3 of them lost their lives.
By mid-2022, Sarah was working long hours. Nevertheless, in June, she took a day off to celebrate their 20th wedding anniversary and planned to take another day in July to go on a family vacation. She had to finish a project for the library before July 26th, but was determined not to let it interfere with the family's plans. During the week of July 11th, Sarah mentioned to Caddy, her brother Adam's wife, that she would be camping with the children at Maquoketa Cave State Park, a popular destination for hikers and explorers in Jackson County, Iowa, famous for its 13 impressive caves and stunning natural landscapes. On Thursday, July 21st, the family packed their car and drove roughly 140 miles to reach Maquoketa Caves. Tyler and Sarah, both 42, along with their children Arlo, 9, and Lula, 7, arrived at the campsite before 5 p.m. The camping area was packed, so the Schmidts set up near the park's entrance. A few hours later, around 7 p.m., another family parked about 200 feet from their tent. This was Joe and Cecilia Sherwin and their 23-year-old son, Anthony Sherwin, from Nebraska. The Sherwins set up 2 tents, one for the parents and another for their son. They were on their way home after a week-and-a-half camping trip that took them to Michigan's Upper Peninsula. The journey had been enjoyable and had strengthened the bond between Joe, Cecilia, and Anthony. Anthony was always attentive to his parents' needs, and his mother often said he was the best son she could have wished for, kind, sensitive, and an exceptional student. That year, Anthony was working on a computerized system to support a business he claimed was worth millions. He mentioned that part of the profits would be used to help his parents financially. Cecilia knew little about the project because Anthony kept the details of the mysterious business to himself, only mentioning that he sent emails under strict security. As night fell at Maquoketa Caves, the campers settled into their tents. Before dawn on July 22nd, the park's visitors were jolted awake by the sound of gunshots. Just before the commotion, a man dressed in black entered the Schmidt's tent and attacked Tyler and then Sarah. Arlo, who had been asleep, woke up to the sound of his sister Lula's screams. As he turned, he saw blood inside the tent. Terrified, he managed to escape and ran to seek help. As he fled, he heard one last shot. Cecilia and Joe, in the neighboring campsite, rushed out of their tent amid the confusion. Joe searched for his son among the campers, asking if anyone had seen him. Arlo, still frantic, ran until he encountered the Sherwins. He was screaming and asking for help, saying his parents had been shot. Cecilia took his hand and ran with him to the park entrance. Once there, terrified and unsure of what had happened, she pulled out her phone and dialed 911. She was worried because her son was sleeping near the tent where the shots had come from and feared he might be among the victims. The Jackson County 911 operator understood when Cecilia reported hearing gunshots, but she struggled to pronounce the park's name, making it hard to convey the location. She also explained she was with a boy claiming his parents had been shot. The call between Cecilia and 911 lasted 23 minutes. While she answered questions, the operator relayed the attack to the police and park rangers. Although the call was briefly disconnected.
So this is where it's confusing to me, right? So the closest family to them had a son who was in their 20s. Unless he was now is a suspect or he was the one who actually did this killing, I'm kind of wondering why would the video essayist go into more detail about what this young boy was trying to do or what job he was trying to have, a business he was trying to start, and that he did not tell his parents. So I'm thinking of just giving that little insight to it because he might have something to deal with it. But I still feel that it's very alarming why out of nowhere you just go and you unalive this family in their tents. And then you try to get the little boy, but the little boy ended up running away, and he went to the closest campsite, which could potentially be this guy's family, whoever the guy is, and say, hey, my family got shot and stuff like that. It's just so weird. You're out there in the open, you're not bothering nobody, you're not causing no, havoc. You're not even shooting animals. You're right. You're not even out there hunting. So what would make you just go out and say, yeah, you know what, I'm just going to go into these people's tent and I'm just going to start shooting them? To me, it's just the weirdest thing. It's the weirdest thing to me. Hey, Miss Jalen, how are you? Oh, Lana, I'm sorry. Hi, Lana. My apologies. How are you? Yeah, Miss Jalen. Yeah, I don't even know. There's no cell phones. I only hear about one person having a cell phone, and that's who the little boy ran to, right? And the guy or the people that was camped right next to his family, their son was 22 years old at that time. So it's I don't know, this is getting really weird to me. It just seemed like it's a little bit more to it. You don't need any excuse for a serial killer who wants to just commit a crime, right? Sometimes it is just being in the wrong place in the wrong time. But I have a hard time believing that this is the wrong place and the wrong time type of situation, because that family or the serial killer, how would they know that family was going to go take a trip that time of the month, that time of the week, and in that location? The only way a serial killer would know that if they were tracking that particular family and finding out what they were going to do, knowing their schedule when it comes down to their vacations and stuff like that. It's just not like, to me, I cannot really look at it as a serial killer hiding in the woods, hiding in the woods or hiding in the forest, just hoping and waiting for a family to come so they can, cause havoc. I don't see that happening. Like, this is not a Jason film, this is, I don't know. But let's go on.
Cecilia persisted and called back, only to be put on hold while the dispatcher contacted emergency responders. Despite the tension and nervousness in the park, adrenaline helped Cecilia stay calm. After providing details about their exact location, she handed the phone to Arlo. The boy explained to the dispatcher that he was in a tent with his mom, sister, and dad, and when he woke up, he saw someone dressed in black holding a gun. The 911 operator asked the child where his father was, and after a pause, he responded that he thought his father was hurt. Around 6:30 a.m., police officers and paramedics arrived at the scene and headed to the Schmidt's tent. What they found was horrifying. All the occupants of the tent were dead. The beautiful campsite had turned into a crime scene. Law enforcement immediately began searching for the shooter, knowing he could be anywhere. The tactical team quickly evacuated Makokeda Caves, State Park, and Camp Shalom, a Christian summer camp located about 1.5 miles from the site of the attack. As officials evacuated the visitors, they gathered them outside the park. Once everyone was accounted for, it was confirmed that only one person was missing: Anthony Sherwin. He was not only missing but also armed. At 11 a.m., police officers conducting an aerial search spotted a man's body. When they reached him, they found he was deceased. It was Anthony. Although investigations were necessary, the police identified him as the suspect in the homicides. They believed he had committed the deadly attack on the Schmidts and then taken his own life. The incident led authorities to close the park, a measure that remained in effect until July 28th. The Iowa Department of Natural Resources expressed its condolences for the incident. Their spokesperson issued a statement saying,
Wait a minute. So how did they know that the 22-year-old boy was the killer? They just assumed that he was the killer because it seemed that, he was shot as well. And I'm not sure if they found out it was a self-inflicted wound. But how would you just randomly think, okay, well, the guy here's the kid dead. It had to be him. Like, how do you just assume that, right? What if it's really a serial killer? What if the serial killer is just trying to kill everybody that's on that campsite? That campsite was a Lutheran church, type of campsite. So being a part of that particular church, you can use the you can use the campsite to go camping with your families and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? So it could have been a religious based attack. You know what I'm saying? Attack, right? How do you just completely just just wrap it up and say, oh, well, he's dead too, so it had to be him. Most serial killers do not think about killing themselves. Okay? Most serial killers do not think about committing suicide. Serial killers get off on the fact of harming people and getting away with it. It's all about a mental game with them, right? They love playing back and forth with the detectives. They love leaving clues. They love being at the border of being found out but never being found out. It doesn't read serial killer to me, him unaliving himself after just killing that family and then go and kill himself. It really doesn't read serial killer to me, but that doesn't mean that this person is not a serial killer, right? What if Anthony is the actual serial killer? What if he have done this to numerous people before and he did not get, he haven't been found, but this time he was like, I'm going to do it because now I can't face my parents. Now they know it's me. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. This is weird, but let's go on.
She and the entire team were devastated by the event, which had shaken the tradition of enjoying the state's natural wonders.
Right, Jason?
But the legacy would continue for the millions of families who recreate in Iowa's parks. When citizens of Cedar Falls heard the news, they were shocked. The atmosphere changed suddenly, as if a gray veil had covered the sky. The reactions of family, friends, acquaintances, and even those who didn't know the victims were filled with pain. Cedar Falls was in mourning. In one of the windows of the Cedar Falls Public Library where Sarah worked, a sign was placed with a message saying that Tyler, Sarah, and Lula had left too soon but would always be in their hearts. The company where Tyler worked as a software engineer issued a statement describing him as a consummate professional and a mentor to his colleagues who were devastated when they heard about the tragedy. They knew of the love Tyler had for his children and his dedication to sharing his knowledge with little Arlo. The mayor of Cedar Falls also expressed his devastation over the loss of 3 beloved community members on his Facebook wall. He knew Sarah well as they had worked together on a tech project. The mayor also urged the residents of Cedar Falls to be generous towards Arlo, the sole survivor of the family, who was safe, and he shared a GoFundMe link for those wishing to donate. Within a few days, the initiative had raised over $276,000. In response to the tragedy, the local authority ordered the closure of the library for the rest of the day out of respect for Sarah's co-workers. The tragedy also elicited reactions from other political leaders. Iowa governor expressed her horror at the attack and sorrow for the unimaginable tragedy. And a U.S. House representative from Iowa tweeted that it was a senseless and horrific crime. Sarah's family was heartbroken. Her sister said she felt her life had been shattered, unable to believe that Sarah would no longer be just a phone call away and that she wouldn't see her niece grow up. Sarah's family traveled from North Dakota, Texas, and Michigan to join the rest of the family for the private funeral service held at Greenwood Cemetery. On August 2nd, a gathering was held to celebrate the lives of Tyler, Sarah, and Lula at the picnic area of Overman Park. More than 200 people attended. Several attendees, including Tyler's aunt and the mayor, spoke at the podium set up for the occasion, sharing their feelings and memories of the deceased. The mayor concluded the speeches by confessing that he had once envisioned Sarah, with her heart dedicated to the community, representing Cedar Falls politically in the future.
Yeah.
While the loved ones of the Schmidts dealt with their
I wonder
grief
too.
and
He's
tried to
definitely an
provide
adult
comfort
now.
and attention to Arlo, authorities continued their investigation into the horrific crime. According to information released by the Iowa Department of Public Safety, based on autopsy findings, Tyler had a gunshot wound and multiple sharp force injuries. His wife Sarah had only sharp force injuries, while their young daughter had been both shot and strangled. In early August 2022, authorities released official information on the case, naming Anthony Sherwin as the person responsible for the Schmidt family's murder. According to the police, the 23-year-old, who had no prior criminal record, was the sole person involved in the incident before taking his own life. The investigation did not reveal any motive for the attack. The assistant director of the Division of Criminal Investigation stated that no connection was established between Anthony and the Schmidt family prior to that fateful day or during their time as neighboring campers. The police department in Nebraska assisted with the investigation. When officers searched the Sherwin family apartment in Nebraska, they found no suicide note or any indication that could explain why Anthony targeted the Schmidt family and himself. His Facebook page was also void of any clues, as it was completely blank. Regarding the weapons used by the attacker, the assistant director of the Iowa Division of Criminal Investigation mentioned only one, a hand-assembled firearm which was recovered near Anthony's body. These types of weapons, also known as ghost guns, are built by individuals, often using parts purchased online without any restrictions. Since they lack serial numbers, they are difficult to regulate and trace. Seeking to confirm this information, the Des Moines Register contacted Anthony's parents, who confirmed that their son had built his own weapon using information found online. They explained that he did it as a challenge rather than out of a specific desire to own a gun. They also emphasized that Anthony was very responsible and had never harmed another person or animal. Cecilia asserted that their family had never owned guns and that they had decided to acquire them due to the rising crime rates in Nebraska. She added that, due to their lack of experience, they even took classes to learn how to handle them. The parents explained that they brought the homemade gun on the trip for protection against crime and possibly bear attacks, as they had experienced one night while camping. They also mentioned their intention to dispose of it upon returning home. Anthony's parents set out to prove their son's innocence, convinced that he was a victim of homicide and not the killer.
I'm glad that the video essayist said that, right? Because I'm sorry, I'm not too convinced that Anthony was the killer. I'm sorry, I'm not too convinced about that. Because they said that they checked his Facebook, they checked his Instagram, they checked everything. He had no signs whatsoever of thinking about unaliving himself, thinking about hurting himself. There was nothing in his record that said that, hey, you know, this person might be dealing with antisocial personality disorder. This person could be borderline bipolar. This person is might have severe anger issues. Like there's nothing in his history that would say, okay, this is why this is a possibility. It didn't seem like this man had any issues at all, right? Nothing that would raise a red flag. So it's just like, why out of nowhere, out of the blue, he's just like, you know what, we're going camping. I think that today is the day that I've decided that I'm actually going to go forward with everything is in my mind and just take out this random family. And not only did he just take out the random family, they said that he strangled the little girl first. So he strangled the little girl first before he shot her, right? That's kind of personal. What did he have against this little girl? Like you never met this family ever before in your entire life. You don't know nothing about them. And you like, it's just, to me, it's just too much of a wrong place and wrong time type of situation. And then to strangle the little girl, like you already shot her parents. The little boy got away, right? And then you strangle the little girl, then you shoot her, and then now you take yourself out. Like I don't know. Like I can definitely see why his parents definitely believe that he was also a part of this homicide situation, because that's what it kind of looked like. It looked like he was kind of blamed, right? It looked like he was kind of blamed into, well, he was the one who did it. There's nothing that shows that he really had it in him to do that. It's just like, that's just weird to me. But let's go on, because I don't know. To me, I think that he was a part of this homicide, and I think that the person might still be out there. That's just my opinion.
According to Anthony's mother, an independently obtained autopsy report indicated that he had been shot twice, not once as claimed by the police. She suspected that the first shot was meant to incapacitate him, but she could not understand how he managed to shoot himself a second time, challenging the authorities' theory of suicide. Another point they raised was the color of the clothing the attacker was wearing. Cecilia recalled telling the 911 operator that the assailant was dressed in black, which did not match what her son was wearing. Green shorts she had given him the day before the tragedy.
How are you doing?
Additionally, Cecilia and Joe reported that the police did not disclose where Anthony's body was found, or whether the weapon he allegedly used to take his own life was the same one used against the Schmidts. When they specifically asked investigators if a ballistic test had been conducted to confirm matches, they received no answers. All these concerns were outlined.
Yeah, this is, even with that's very concerning. So you telling me that the family don't know whether or not, if the same gun that was used to kill that family was the same gun that killed her son. Then on top of that, the little boy told the I guess the lady that he was with when he ran for safety, when she called 911, she told the operator that the person had all black. She got that information from that young boy, that the person was wearing all black. The mom saying that the last time she seen her son, he was wearing green shorts and stuff like that. He wasn't wearing black. And then the biggest thing, if he has 2 gunshots, now mind you, if it's self-inflicted, usually it's here, right? Right? This is where normally most people do when they want to unalive themselves. So if there was 2 shots done, that means that the first shot wasn't good enough. They, and then that means it had to be a corrective shot that happened. Most people who is shooting themselves is not going to have the ability to shoot themselves again. So those are really, really good, form of evidence to make people start questioning, or detectives start questioning, like, wait a minute, maybe we need to dig a little bit more. You know what I'm saying? If that is true, if that has been confirmed, especially the 2 gunshot wounds, if that was confirmed by the coroner, this investigation should have had gone on a little bit more. That's how I personally believe, Let's see. Bruce said, I'm better than I deserve. Rainy, gloomy day. You made it bright. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. No, I'm glad that you're doing well. trust me, we've been having rain. It's spring. Okay, let's just put it like that. It's spring. We get rain, cold weather. 1 minute it's 65 degrees. It's hot. It's sunny. It don't know what it wants to do with itself. But let's go on. This case is becoming very strange.
And in an email Cecilia sent to the media. In the message, she stated that her son had too many reasons to live and she was certain he would not abandon everything in such a manner. They had not seen any signs of him planning such an attack. In her opinion, Anthony was incapable of killing and had no connection to the Schmidt family. According to the grieving mother, the investigators only responded that it was a random murder. Anthony's parents requested the final investigation report to commission an independent review, but claimed they received no response to this request. In January 2023, a media outlet reported that it had requested public records of the case, adhering to Iowa's Open Records Law and the Freedom of Information Act. The request referenced incident reports, investigation documents, crime scene summaries, and autopsy reports. Devin McClone, from the Office of the Iowa Department of Public Safety Commissioner, responded that the requested records were not public and they could only share the immediate facts and circumstances of the case, which were included in the links provided in the press release. A few days later, the media outlet sent an email to the official, inquiring whether the weapon Anthony used to take his own life matched the one used in the murders. She did not respond. Unless new evidence surfaces to the contrary, the police maintain that Anthony Sherwin was a random killer who viciously shot, stabbed, and strangled 3 beloved members of a Cedar Falls family. In contrast to Cecilia and Joe, their son, whom they described as a kind and studious individual, is innocent and another murder victim. They vow to continue their efforts to prove his innocence. After his traumatic experience, Arlo, the only survivor of the massacre, was taken in by his family in Cedar Falls, specifically Sarah's brother. In an exclusive interview with a local newspaper, Sarah's brother stated that his nephew had been very brave and was in excellent mental health. The GoFundMe page created after the tragedy continues to receive donations to support Arlo's upbringing and to establish an educational fund for his future.
I mean, I'm happy that the son is being well taken care of. This is a horrible case. Prayers to that family. That should have never happened to that family. But I'm sorry. I'm going to stick with my gut with this. I don't think that he did it. I think that they just called it a case closed because the way how everything planned out, where it was only 2 families that was in that campsite location, only probably like 500 feet away from each other or 800 feet away from each other. And Anthony was found with the gun that was used to kill that family, the Schmidt family. And he also, committed suicide, or is looked that he has self-inflicted wounds. And I just think that they just went and it was like, okay, this is a case closed. They wanted to hurry up and close it and get the community back on board, you know what I'm saying, going on with their life with this type of tragedy. But personally, I'm not really that convinced that Anthony was actually the killer for this family. I'm sorry. I don't see it. I don't see it at all. If he was so excited, or this is what was told to his family, his parents, he was so excited about starting his new business and stuff like that, he would not commit suicide, right? You know what I'm saying? He has something to look forward to, right? So that's what they was establishing. And then, like I said, there's nothing in his background history where he had any form of being on any medication for any form of mental illness or any antisocial disorder issues or anything of that sort. No diary, no journal or anything having talking about suicide or talking about hurting people, right? And even with kids, we can see kids from the ages 6 and 7. If we can start to now identify whether or not if they're starting to develop an antisocial personality, right? By the way that they draw, the things that they draw. You know what I'm saying? We could start to see now that kids might be thinking about harming people or harming themselves. We have little things that let us know. So it's just weird for me. It's weird for me. I don't really necessarily believe that Anthony is the killer. I really don't believe it. But they called the case closed. They said that Anthony was the one who did it. Prayers to that family. Really, prayers to that family. I'm so sad that happened to them. They were just out there having a good time, with their kids, learning about nature and all the stuff like that. And you can't even be safe doing that, man. Like, you're not even bothering nobody. You can't even be safe doing that. That's just sad, man. That's truly, truly sad. Truly, 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 truly sad. Let's see. Chiju said forensic death investigations are based on physical evidence, videotapes, eyewitness testimony under oath, and not guilt feeling. Well, too bad. My gut feeling is that he didn't do it. He didn't do it. There was a lot of evidence there that showed that there was a problem with the evidence that they did have. And then on top of that, when the parents of Anthony wanted to have second eyes on it, having another investigator, private investigators to look into this, going to the county, asking for the evidence, that is their right, is a part of the FOIA, right? They were not getting no response. They were literally not getting callbacks or anything. So it's just like, why if that was the case, then why are you not helping this family go the extra mile that they want to pretty much salvage their son's reputation? You know what I'm saying? They lost their son too, right? Let's just think about it. They lost their son too. They don't want to lose their son's reputation of what they know of him and what his family or their community know of him if he didn't do it, right? So why not allow the family get all the information that they need so they could do their due diligence to save their son's reputation, especially if he did not do the crime, right? I just think there's a little bit too much stuff going on. Let's see. Unfortunately, they just wanted to close the case fast. Yes, I agree, Lana. They just wanted to close the case fast. That she said it was also on a church grounds. They probably couldn't do what. Yes, exactly. It was on church grounds too. That's why I said, like, this is not. It doesn't seem like this was a campsite that was open to the public. You had to be a part of that church. You had to be a part of that religion to actually utilize that campsite. So that plays a part in it. Let's see. Ayorki Rita says, I believe the boy who ran for his life is the real killer. Paul Woodgate said yours. Oh, thank you. I appreciate the compliment. Thank you so much. Jeffrey Fassad says, oh no, okay, you are 8 years old. You can't be here, Papa. I'm sorry. Thank you so much for coming by. I appreciate you. Too young. And he said, Flower said, what was he doing in their tent? Yeah, is that, but that's the thing. The only person who saw somebody in their tent was the little boy who got away. But he didn't say that he saw the 22-year-old boy, Anthony. He never said that he saw him. He said that he saw somebody wearing black in the tent, wearing the color black. That's it. He never said what his face was. He never described the person's facial features or anything. So that's where I said this is weird. It's definitely weird. Sophia said, nah, that little boy ain't capable of stringing his sister. Yeah, he was older than his sister. I don't know. Anthony is not the killer. DeAndre, hi there. How you doing? Well, I'm going by the video, Chiju. Hey, girl, Dad, how you doing? Good to see you. Good to see you. I hope all is well. Good to see you. Well, let's see. Physical evidence as what, Chiju? what physical evidence did they have him at the scene of the crime? Because they didn't even say where his body was found at. Now, if you're saying that if there was any like physical evidence, like let's say around the tent, what if they introduced themselves? I'm sure that they introduced themselves while they were sitting up there camping. One family introduced the other family, hey, this is my son, this is my daughter, whatever not. You know, that usually happens, especially if you're in a campsite where you're not that far from each other. So, I mean, what other physical evidence did they find? Because they didn't say that. And then they just mentioned in the video essay that they wouldn't even tell everybody where they found Anthony's body at. Was Anthony's body in front of the tent or outside of the tent? They didn't say that. They wouldn't even tell where his body was found at. So you got to take those things into consideration. Sophia said, why was he not with his family? I mean, it could be a possibility. Like he could have been walking, right? He could have been walking out there in the forest or something like that. Who knows? Mind you, we know that the case is closed. This is not necessarily saying that he did not do it, but I'm just saying that there's certain things about it that, you know, is telling me that it could be a possibility that he didn't do it either. Just saying. But it's a horrible case nonetheless. So all of that was let's see. All of that was found where? So if that was the case, why didn't they mention it in the video? You're saying shoe prints, hair fiber, fingerprints, saliva, DNA. They didn't mention any of that. They didn't mention any of that on their bodies. So prayers to that family. It is a sad situation. Very, very sad. All right. So the next case that I have for you guys, and make sure you just hit the like button if you're coming in just to say hi and everything like that, and sharing out to anybody that's interested. The next case I have is Snapchat gangsters get a reality check. So it's these two guys who I guess they did something that they wasn't supposed to do. And now we're about to see how this all plays out. So let me go ahead and pull this up for you guys. All right, and here we go.
20. Gavin Smith and Ashton Riggs were both arrested for the murder of Trent Fort in Jacksonville, Florida. The suspects were put into separate interrogation rooms, and the detectives decide to interview Gavin first to see what he has to say.
I guess we're kind of just trying to piece together kind of what happened. And I'm going to tell you, like I told, we've interviewed 10 people so far, and everybody sees something different. Just like we tell everybody the same thing. And Dave and I, we go somewhere, and all three of us go somewhere, and something happens. What you see, what I see, what David sees, it's going to be a little bit similar, but we're going to have our own version of it, you know? So we're just trying to basically we got this big picture of things that we're trying to piece together. And it's just because the way our mind processes things, you know, you might see something I didn't see. David might see something neither one of us saw. And that's kind of what we're finding out. But it takes everybody a collaborative effort to kind of get this big picture of what happened, what took place. And
Gavin begins to tell his side of the story. According to Gavin, Ashton picked him up in his car, and together they drove to Ashton's home. On the way, they came across Trent and a group of his friends.
I'm not exactly sure how many people it was, but there was a bunch of kids walking down the street. It was like 3 big black kids, 3 or 4 big black kids, and like 2 white, and at least 2 white people. And then he kept going and turned around, and then he came and then he stopped, unlocked the door, and the big black kid came in, opened up the door, and punched me in the face right here.
Or can you lift your hair up so I can see if you have any marks or anything?
My nose was bleeding earlier, and there's like crusty blood in my nose. It was like right here.
Okay.
Yeah, right there. And then
So
Which guy opened the door? Do you remember?
I don't know his name.
Okay.
I've never seen him before, like, ever.
Was he dark, light?
He was dark. Like not like super dark, but he was a little bit light skinned, like kind of dark. And
do you remember what he was wearing, or?
No.
Okay. You remember about how tall he was?
He was pretty tall. But he opened the door, and as soon as he opened the door, he stuck me in the face. And when he stuck me in the face, I went like that. Like, there's like the center console, and it was like right here, like in his lap. And I had reached over and grabbed it, and I took it, and I just pointed at him and pulled the trigger. And as soon as I pulled the trigger, I dropped the gun, and they was like, okay, you got that, you got that, you got that.
Gavin confesses almost immediately to taking Trent's life. Gavin claims that Trent was with a group of people, and Trent assaulted him first. At this point, the detectives have a suspicion that it was more than just a case of self-defense.
Yeah, that's the first thing I was thinking. Like, okay, what even led to the point where y'all even got into the argument? Just not just walking in there and sizing each other up usually gets to the point where you have to pull out a weapon. So it kind of felt like even when he's telling the story, it kind of he's missing out like a huge part. There's a huge part of the story that you're leaving out to the point where you felt that you had to shoot the gun because you had to defend yourself. So I want to know. But obviously they showed a picture of photos that these guys have on their Snapchat and stuff where they have guns, they're holding their guns up and they're gangster and they're holding their guns up and everything like that. And they're cool and everything. So, you know, yeah, I don't know. Please, I would just say young people, stop with the guns, stop waving your guns around and like forget that song. Throw that song out, throw it in the trash, burn it. No, wave your guns in the air and wait. No, stop doing that. Just stop. Please, 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 please. Okay. Hey, Mary, how are you, darling? Good to see you. Good to see you. I hope you're having a great Sunday. Hope you're having a great Sunday. Oh, thank you, Mary. I truly appreciate you. Love your compliments. Thank you so much. Yeah, Bruce, right? Like he left a whole chunk in the beginning. It just didn't just lead to that. They had to have some type of conversation that turned into an altercation that got to that point. You know? Let's see. Andrew said he's probably leaving out the fact that it was a drug deal and they were going to rob him or his drugs were his money. That could be a possibility, Andrew. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. Let's see. Okay. Well, yeah. Let's go on.
Was it in fact a robbery and Gavin was defending himself? Or is there more to this story?
What kind of gun was it?
It was black and it looked kind of like your gun, but it was small. And it was,
we're talking about a pistol.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was smaller and it was like less like square, like rectangular.
Yep.
You know the difference between a revolver and
it wasn't a revolver.
Okay. So it's like a semi-automatic. Or
but as soon as I seen that, I went to go grab it because that's like the only thing I can think of to do because there's a bunch of people outside and about to try to jump me. So I ran and I grabbed that and I shot either at him or him or something.
So are you right or left-handed?
I'm right-handed.
So you grab it with your right hand?
Yes, sir.
And then you remember how you were aiming, or did you
I grabbed it and I went like that. I grabbed it and I just didn't point it out or anything. I just grabbed it and went like that and then tossed it on the floor.
Okay. So, and this is nothing against you. I mean, obviously it's a very good situation. Sometimes we just make a mistake or whatever, older and forget details or whatnot. But after speaking with people, did you take the gun back and give it to, what's his name? Ashton.
But Ashton had guns that he had like bought from people and stuff.
How are you?
That's another reason I didn't want to be over there, because he had guns that he had bought.
Where did he have guns?
That I honestly don't know, because after that happened, he had grabbed them and was like, "Oh, we gotta get rid of the guns." And he started putting them in a bag and like ran off. And I was still in the room talking to my dad on the phone. So when I was running back, because I guess they had heard the shot and they were running outside, like they were all running outside towards them. And I was running back to the house. I ran back in the house.
Hey, so in answer Detective Murdoch's question, you're saying after you shot the gun, and what, you shoot at the guy that was at the door?
Mm-hmm. The one that was right at the door that had just hit me in the face.
Okay.
And then I got out and then started running, and when I was running,
Which door was that?
that was the back left side door.
Behind the driver?
Yes.
You're sitting behind him?
I was sitting in the middle, and then when the dude went to go, like they unlocked the door, I scooted over.
Was there anybody else in the vehicle besides?
No, Ryan, who was talking and stuff, just like talking like he was just trying to pick me up, and then he came up and I seen the kid, and then he turned around and stopped, unlocked the doors, and I was like, all right, something's up.
Mm-hmm.
I knew something was up. And my dad told me, like, you need to stop hanging around him. He's gonna get you in trouble. You're not supposed to be around him. And I sat down and talked to him. I was like, all right, bro, I'm gonna stop hanging out with him. And but I had to sell my stuff there, and I didn't want to straight up just tell Ashton, bro, I don't want to talk to you anymore.
Okay. Well, you're trying to be a good friend and not hurt people's feelings, I guess. Is that right?
I was going over there, acting like I was just trying to chill out. I was really just trying to get the rest of my clothes, put them in my bag, and then go back home.
Okay. That's the bag that you had with you. What is that in there? Is it a white hoodie?
Yeah, there's a white hoodie. That's the one I was wearing at first, and this is the one I was picking up. Okay. And then there's a black shirt, I think, in there that I'm pretty sure I put the black shirt in there too.
So the white hoodie that's in the backpack is what you were actually wearing when all this happened?
No,
you were wearing that?
Yeah.
Okay. So your plan, I guess what I'm hearing, you tell me if I'm wrong, okay? Your plan was to go over there and get your stuff and then get a ride back to your dad's, is that right? Did I get that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so while you're over there or sometime, so that's about 3:30, they pick you up and then you head back to the house. Mm-hmm. So now we're talking, what, around 4 o'clock or what, thereabouts?
And then he had Snapchatted me a couple of days ago, but I didn't open it. Mm-hmm. And I opened it, he was like, yo, I was like, yo, you trying to hang out and take me back to my house?
Okay.
And then he was like, yeah, bro, where you at? I said, Spring Lakes. He said, oh, shit, I'm right down the road.
So has he ever been over to the house before?
I guess, but he's been over there before I even moved to Canada.
I got you.
Okay. Where's the Xanax bars come into this whole thing?
The Xanax bars, he said that he had some, and he was like, yeah, bro, you want to buy some of these? I'm like, no, I don't want to buy them. And then, I guess, like, Ashton was trying to sell them, trying to sell Xanax bars too, okay, trying to make money or whatever. And then that's another reason I didn't want to be over there. They were all trying to sell weed and sell pills and stuff.
Well, I saw all the stuff, man. I saw all of it.
You know, I mean, Brown be a part of it. I'm not trying to get caught up for drug dealing. I'm on probation.
What are you on probation?
Resisting arrest.
Okay. Well, you've been very cooperative tonight.
So yeah, his story is a little bit all over the place because apparently he wasn't even supposed to be hanging out with the boy that he went over to this guy's house, and he was only supposed to go pick up clothes and I guess leave and then kindly tell his friend that, listen, I can't hang out with you anymore because my father don't want me hanging out with you. He thinks that you're a troublemaker and I'm on probation. So again, leading all this information. So you know you're on probation. You know that you're not supposed to be hanging out with this said individual. You know that he's selling drugs because he needs to make money. But then yet you put yourself right in that environment, and then somehow you get into an altercation with one of the guys that was at this guy's house, and then you end up shooting this guy. Let's go on.
We appreciate it, I promise you that. It's just like, but we really want to get to the bottom of this. We want to know what happened 100%, you know, and I'm going to be straight up honest with you. I don't think you're giving us the whole scoop, man. And the reason why is because everybody's stories are kind of lining up on both sides except for yours, you know. So what, you hang on to a gun, you take it back there, you know, Ashton grabs it from you, puts it with the rest of the guns he has. We have 25 people or 30 people out there with flashlights. I don't know if you saw them, they brought out big ass floodlights.
Yeah.
We're bringing the daylight to the night. Mm-hmm. You know, we've got canines sent, all of that. We're going to find it. They did?
After they heard the gunshots, they ran down the road with ski masks on.
Why would they run down the road with ski masks?
Because they were outside and they heard it and they were like, what the f? And then they put the ski masks on and started running down there to try to help me. And I was like, just go, just go, just go.
So they always carry ski masks with them?
I guess, I don't know. But I was
Hey, Lord,
like,
how you doing? Hope everything's
there was
going
a
well.
car that was passing right when it happened. Like, if you can find those people, I jumped out, nothing on my face. Nothing on my face. Jumped out and started running back.
That's after you shot him.
Mm-hmm.
So there's no gun found in there. All right.
The detectives want to know what part Ashton played in the shooting. They know he didn't pull the trigger, but if he helped dispose of the weapon, he could be charged with being an accessory to the crime.
That is the last thing you're thinking about, is ditching a gun when your best friend's dying. They're not even, you threw it on the floorboard, it's nowhere in the vehicle.
I just said, give me the gun, because I still had it in my hand. I didn't drop it. I just didn't want to get Ashton in trouble. Ashton said, give me the gun.
I'm going to tell you what, we're going to do. This is about you and your life. Because Ashton doesn't think he's going to come in here and he thinks it's going to be all hard. You guys aren't thug life, bro.
I don't want to do this shit.
I know you don't. So we're here. This is your opportunity. Get this out on the table. Because I guarantee you, Ashton's not going to come in here and drive a bus over you. There's going to be a steamroller and he's going to squash you like a pancake. You've got the opportunity to be there first and tell us for real legit what happened.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me what happens in here.
All right. So we were going this way, and I seen the kids walking on this side.
This is Spring Lake.
I seen these kids just walking down this side of the street.
This side of the street, were they coming this way or from behind?
They were coming this way. They were walking this way. It was a few of them over here and a few of them over here, I think. And we came, the car turned around, he pulled up, he stopped. And then all the kids started coming towards the car. And then one of them came up to the door, and it was him and then one white kid behind him and some other kid. This one opened up the door, punched me in the face, and I grabbed that, shot, and then I got out. And
Which side did you get out?
This side. I ran out on this side, looked back at them. It looked like they were gonna like chase me with them, and they were like, "Oh, you got that, you got that, you got that." And then I started running back, and I'm like, "What's going on? What's going on?" I was like, "Brad, they just tried to rob me or something. They just tried to rob me or something." And then I handed them that gun, and then they had guns already in the house. They grabbed those and stuck them in there, and Ashton stuck them in the bag and ran in the back somewhere and hid.
The detectives need the weapon that was used to take Trent's life. Gavin claims that Ashton took all the weapons, put them in a bag, and left the scene. This is very important information that will be used when it's time to interview Ashton.
Saw Ashton run out of the house, said he was carrying some sort of bag or.
So to me, this sounds like it was it sounded like it was a drug thing that went sour, right? That's what it sounds like. It sounded like that house was being used to store guns and drugs. So another group realized that you had guns and drugs, and they ran up on y'all. And within that, you shot them, and then from that point, you try to get rid of the drugs and the guns. That's what it just seems like. That's exactly what it seems like. It doesn't seem like anything else. And that's why I said it kind of sound like he was withholding the situation, because he was trying to make it seem like, oh, they were just over there hanging out. No, you weren't over there hanging out. You was over there trying to sell drugs, being drug dealers. You was trying to sell drugs, and y'all was trying to sell weapons. And someone else realized that that's what y'all was going through. And usually when you're on the opposite side of the of that group, you try to take over, and they ran up on you, and you got one off, hit this individual, and then you try to dip. You try to clean the area. That's exactly what it sounded like. That's exactly what it sounded like. It doesn't sound like nothing else. Bruce said he does have one of those smart ass faces. You just mock Bruce. Bruce. He probably wrote a check with his mouth his ass couldn't cash. Yes, it was a stash home. Yeah, that's exactly what it was. That's exactly what it was. That's what he's leaving out. He's leaving out that part. He was trying to make it seem like, oh, I was just all goody tissues, and I was just going over there to hang out and chill. And that's not what you was doing. That's not what you was doing. Oh gosh, I wish these young kids would stop doing this stuff.
Backpack. That was right after the shooting. He had gathered his guns and run out.
Yeah, he had got all his guns and like their weed that they were trying to sell and stuff.
You said that they're weed that they're trying to sell, but look, I'm not a narcotics investigation. You're not here for a narcotics investigation. If you sell some weed, if you sell some Danik bars, I don't give a shit, man. You know, they're trying to rob you. What makes you think they're trying to rob you? Why do they think that you have money? They either think you have money or drugs.
They don't think I have money or drugs. See, these kids, they jumped Ashton when he first got out of jail at a park for no reason.
Hey, listen, I don't mean to cut you off, okay? But Ashton told me that there's been this beef going on.
Yeah.
Okay? And this goes way back.
As soon as Gavin mentions that there might be a possible grudge between Ashton and Trent, the detective stops him and tells him that Ashton has already told him this information. The truth is, they have yet to interview Ashton, and it's just a bluff to get Gavin to tell them the truth.
Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah, they not. I don't even know these kids really. Like I have no clue what they want, and that's why I don't be walking around counting and stuff. Because if I do, I know one of them's gonna see me and it's just gonna start trouble, just like today. And they're all like, "Oh yeah, we're gonna kill you, blah blah blah. We're gonna phone site, blah blah blah." You know, their Snapchat stories all the time. Oh yeah, we'll pull up on people with their guns and stuff. They're shooting their guns, like trying to scare us and stuff. Okay. I don't know what they want with me, and I ask them now all the time, I'm like, bro, I don't even know y'all, what do you want with me? Because Ashton's got beef with them because he was talking shit about some kid's little brother or some shit.
It turns out the altercation was more than a robbery gone wrong. Gavin and Ashton had been arguing with Trent over Snapchat for some time. Both groups did their best to intimidate each other by showing off their guns and selling illegal drugs. With this information, it's time to interview Ashton.
You're the last one. We have to go and get your side of the story.
Right, I'm the last one.
Yeah, like it wasn't just no random robbery and stuff like that. Like it didn't seem like a random robbery. They just come out of nowhere. And the detectives, they asked very good questions. Why would they just come out and try to rob you? How did they even know that you have anything? They know that you have anything is because you was flaunting what you had on Snapchat. You was going back and forth in stories, letting them know how much drugs you got, how much money you getting, and the weapons that you got. That's what happened. So apparently y'all going back and forth, and it seemed like some like turf type of fake, I would say fake gang type of stuff. And eventually it got too out of hand on Snapchat, and the other side came to go see you, and that's what happened. That's literally what happened. Now what they need is they need the murder weapon. Now it said that Gavin said that Ashton, got collected all the weapons and he went somewhere in the back, so he doesn't know where the weapon is. The detectives want to find out where's the murder weapon, so they can get so they can actually get the convictions. Because Gavin had already admitted that he was the one who shot the gun at whoever, but it hit this individual who lost his life. And he said that he did it because the guy ran up on him and snuffed him. So he already admitted that he shot the weapon. So now it's all about getting the actual weapon. Let's go on. This is terrible.
Yeah. We've talked to everybody. We talked to, oh man, the girlfriend, all the guys that were in the silver truck, minus the one that went to the hospital. Gavin pretty much, I guess, told us everything. It's just, like we've been saying all night, it's like, if you and I, we see something, we see an incident or whatever, we see the aftermath of an incident, what you visualize and perceive is going to be totally different than what I visualize. So you might see something from a different angle that I didn't see or what have you. So we're not going to sit here and try to blow smoke up here or anything like that. So we already have a good idea and everything of what's going on through Gavin's statements and stuff like that. So we appreciate this late in the game. If you kind of give us your side and kind of what happened.
Ashton tells the same story as Gavin. However, the detectives are more concerned with the bag of guns and Ashton's history with the other group.
I was like, the cops are going to come. I went to the room. I looked around for anything in mine, and then he was just like, come on, and she grabbed her bag. And then I grabbed her bag, and then we walked to the wood line with it. But I didn't come back without the bag. I didn't come back at all until they called my girl, and they were like, it was like Deputy Jackson, please come out. We're everybody, all of Nassau is looking for you. So then I came out and walked up and they arrested me.
What do you know about the gun that was used?
I know nothing, sure. Like I said, the only time I woke up was whenever the fight happened, and then I tried to break him up. He ended up grabbing me, I hit him, and then I got scared because he was grandma. And then me and my girlfriend ran, and they stayed at the house, and that was that.
Now, there's the incident or whatever.
Do you know these people that came over there?
That came over to that guy we got in the car with?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure of it.
Okay. And then, who do you think it is? Just from whoever you spoke with or whoever you, whatever. Because I mean, the only reason why I say that, I'm asking it that way, is because I'm just reaching for some truth on your side. You know what I mean?
Yes.
I'm basically, I'm not blowing smoke. I'm just trying to test the waters and say, okay, is this kid gonna really follow through with what we agreed on in the beginning, and say we're gonna kind of, yeah, they really do know what's going on, test the water. But I understand you're testing the water too. You want to know how much I know, but that doesn't really help the situation as far as your perceived notion or your perceived image of this incident that happened today. So I do have quite a bit of information, but I also have a lot of information about like a possible past history between these kids that came over there and picked up Gavin and you.
Yes. Well, as far as
My biggest thing about this is that, mind you, listen, you do the crime, you do the time, but where are their parents? Where are these individuals' parents? Why are they speaking to the detectives by themselves? I don't know. They don't look they don't look no more than like 18, 19 years old to me. They don't even look like they're 21. Now, there could be a possibility they might be 21 years old. Who knows? But they really look like teenagers to me. So I'm wondering why they don't have an adult with them, why they're speaking to these detectives, right? Because these kids, they don't really understand the questions that are really being asked of them. Even the most cunning kid is not really understanding that they can get themselves caught up with the things that they're saying. Mind you, like I said, it's not like I'm saying I'm advocating for people to get out of doing crimes. It's just that this is when we need to be here for our kids. Make sure that our kids are not saying something and thinking that the detectives understand what they mean and they use that against them and put on other things or other charges on them, because they don't understand the law. I wish that a parent was in the interrogation room with them, and as well as a lawyer. That's what I wish. But let's go on.
the kids go that probably got in the car with Gavin was probably the kid's house beefing. And then he hopped out on me and tried to rob me. I started bragging about it, saying I whooped his ass. He tried to hop out on me and I whooped his ass. And everything was really straight. I had no more beef. Nobody was fucking with me after that. And then I went to jail for about 29 days on a pistol charge. Lost my pistol and my protection, really. And then after I got out, I didn't have no protection. I just got out of jail. I was going to try to be good. I was just going to drop all the beef I had because it was a 29-day period. And then they ended up jumping me the second day I got out. But at that time, I didn't care. I got my ass beat. Oh well, it's not the first time. My face wasn't busted, just my head was hurt because they were kicking me. So I didn't call the cops or anything. I just left that up. I didn't call the cops, no one. And then I didn't like them kids. After that happened, so I used to be friends with one of them. I used to be friends with all of them. And they jumped me.
In the end, Gavin's claim of self-defense didn't hold up, and he was found guilty of murder. Because he was under the age of 18 at the time the shooting took place, he received 15 years in prison. Ashton received 1 year in jail for accessory to the crime. Thank you for watching. Please share your thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, that was just some foolish stuff. It was over some turf type of situation. Who's the big bad boys on the block? Yeah, went too far, and look what happened. right? And like I said, I knew like something about these young men. I knew that they were not over the age of 21. So that's why I was like, why their parents is not there, right? That was sad. Just dumb. He said that he wanted to do the right thing. He had already have just gotten out of jail, but look what happened. Whether or not if y'all were both good for each other, which I don't, right? I cannot even pinpoint which one was the troublemaker. Y'all both was troublemakers. Y'all both was caught in photos, waving y'all guns in the air, right? And going back and forth on Snapchat with this other this opposite side. So y'all both was troublemakers. Y'all both weren't good for each other. Y'all both help each other do things that y'all wasn't supposed to do. And now y'all both got each other in trouble, right? It's sad when this is what's happening to, kids, but eventually they're gonna have to learn their lessons, and we can't hold their hands, right? We cannot hold their hands. At this point, y'all should know more better. There's too much evidence out here. There's too much information. Y'all should know more better. All right. So the next case that I have for you guys is when a greedy man will do anything for money. This is an old case. And I want to go over it because, we have seen a couple of cases where there's been a lot of people that was doing things for money. And I think that this would be very interesting. So let me go ahead and pull this one up for you guys. Let's see. Bruce says, these young boys wanting to be tough and adult, they fed off each other. Yeah, exactly. They definitely did feed off each other, right? And they boost each other up to do stuff like that. Okay, let me put this on full screen, and here we go.
On the morning of March 30th, 2009, an employee of a Pizza Plus in Virginia called 911. According to reports, after she entered the restaurant to begin her shift, she found the bodies of Harvey and Valerie Looney. Harvey and Valerie had been married 29 years, and they worked together at the Pizza Plus. Whoever had taken their lives did so in a fit of rage, so it was more than a robbery gone wrong. The investigation would leave police puzzled, because in that small town, the Looneys were friends with everyone. Even their 20-year-old son, Christopher Looney, was unable to help police with any possible leads. Because of this, the case would go cold for several years until October of 2012, when a new detective would be assigned to the case. The detective would begin from scratch, and after a few months, he had learned some new information. The Looneys had a $240,000 life insurance policy, and their son Christopher was to receive that money upon their death. The detective also found out that when they were killed, Christopher was in desperate need of money. If that wasn't enough, he also discovered that Christopher and his mother had a very toxic relationship. Friends of the family told police that Valerie had bruises on her arm that came from Christopher. Armed with this new information, the detective asks Christopher if he will come in for an interview. Christopher claimed that on
All right, so from the beginning, there's a lot of clues that puts the son as the primary suspect, especially since they said that the way how these parents was unalive in a pizza shop, it seemed quite personal. They also mentioned that this pizza shop and the owners was well known and respected from the family and the community. And then now knowing about their life insurance policy, what he was supposed to inherit, him having a toxic relationship with his mom, and also around the time that they lost their life, he was having financial issues. That's, it would make perfect sense why they would have him as a primary suspect. So let's go ahead and check out his interrogation with the detectives, and just take note of how the camera is viewing the room. He's sitting there. He has his legs crossed. He has his he's not necessarily crossing his arms, but the legs crossed kind of signifies that he's, that he could be withholding. And you have both of the detectives sitting directly in front of him. So that means that the door is towards the left peripheral. He's not chained. He has a bottle of water, and they're not in a way, they're not all on top of him, because as of right now, he is just a suspect. He is not, they don't have no evidence to really say that he is the person that did it. So until that comes in, until we hear about DNA evidence or any physical evidence that puts him there at the time of their death, right now he is just someone that they're interviewing. So let's hear it.
On the night of the incident, he had been sleeping at home alone, so he didn't have any alibis. The detectives spend the next hour going through his statement. They ask him questions to gauge his reaction when they know he is telling the truth, and they compare it to when they know he is lying. Eventually, they ask him about the 2 polygraph tests that he took.
Well, you had a polygraph test, right?
Yes.
How'd that go?
He said not either pass or fail.
Who said that?
The gentleman that was doing the polygraph test.
Okay. But you took more than one, right?
I took 2.
Okay. So let's say the first one isn't pass or fail.
Okay, so I'm wondering, why did he take a polygraph test? Right? Why did he take a polygraph test, and why did he take 2? Okay? Like that's raising red flags for me, because you took a polygraph test to convince that whatever you're saying is the truth. And you had to take another one because you didn't like the results that you got from the first one, right? So you wanted to make sure that, you know, whatever you learned or whatever you did on the first one that didn't give you the results that you were supposed to get, you wanted to make sure or see if that changed with the second one. But that's why they're asking him that. Like, why did you take a polygraph test? You know, that's weird. It's just really weird, you know, because like right now you should be a little bit somewhat disturbed. You know, your parents was unalived in their place of business, you know, like, whew, I don't know. Hey, Big Draws, how you doing? Good to see you. Hope you're having a great Sunday. Let's go on. Let's hear what he has to say about these polygraph tests. Mind you, not realizing, or maybe he does realize that, you know, polygraph tests are no longer admissible in court. Let's go.
Fail as a second one.
Hey, I think he said it was a fail, but I don't remember.
Okay. I'm guessing that if I was given a test on whether I murdered my parents or not, and the guy gave me the results, I think I can remember. You're saying you don't seem to be sure.
If I'm not mistaken, the second one was a fail. But the first one was.
All right. So if you did 5 interviews and they were math tests, how do you think you did?
I'd say good.
Okay, so let's say if good is 75 or better, 90's a B and 100's an A, what grade do you think you get?
Probably 90.
Okay. What did you think about the people that interviewed you?
They were okay. They were friendly.
Do you think they knew what they were doing?
Yeah.
Listen, that surprises me, because my opinion was I didn't think they could find a raisin in a bowl of rice.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you said that sometimes your parents helped you with the bills, sometimes you helped them.
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever borrow any money from your parents?
I did, yes.
What's the most money you ever borrowed from mom and dad?
Probably $300.
What was that for?
The electric.
Okay.
Now, I find that quite strange, because when he asked them for the results of his polygraph test, he act like he didn't know the results of them, right? Or not even, let's say, he didn't even know the results for the first one, but you knew the results for the first one enough to take a second test. But when you're speaking to the detectives and they ask you how you did, I don't know. He said, I don't know. So you don't remember the results of your polygraph test that you took in reference on whether or not you had anything to do with your parents unaliving, but you remembered exactly the amount of money that you have borrowed from your parents before? Come on now. Come on. Let's not play games. Let's go on.
You know, I know growing up that I used to ask my dad for money, and sometimes he'd help me out, and sometimes he'd say he couldn't. What's the largest amount of money you ever asked your mother for that she said she couldn't help you out?
Probably $500.
What would that be for?
For electric too.
Okay, and that was how close to their passing was that?
How close? It was years before.
Right. Now I'm going to talk within a month or so of their passing. Did you ever
So this is why I said that they're not going to believe him. And you could definitely tell that he's lying because they know that he had financial problems and you've been asking your parents for money for quite some time. In fact, you just admitted that you've been asking your parents for money here and there for certain bills, ranging $300, $500 for years. So now you're saying that, oh, the last time I ever asked my parents for money was years ago. But you know the exact amount that you asked them. You know the exact amount that you asked them, but you just recently, within a couple of days, you just recently took polygraph tests and you couldn't even tell them what was the results of those polygraph tests. No. Let's see. Bruce said, definitely sus. He's acting like no big deal. Just another day in life. Yeah. Wow, he used a lot of electricity. My electricity is 150, 200 a month. Man, I don't know. Yeah, where is his attorney? He doesn't have one. I think he doesn't have one because he doesn't really feel that he's a suspect. As of right now, they're just talking to him. You know, usually immediate family members are the first people that they go to talk about with certain situations like this. So he doesn't feel any pressure because I don't even think he feels that they have any evidence on him. So I don't even think that's why he has an attorney. But we do promote this here, right? What do we promote on this channel? We promote stop talking to these investigators, stop talking to these detectives. They're not here to be your friend. They are here to get the truth. They are here to pull evidence out of you. That is what they're here for. So if you feel that, even if you are innocent, right? Still go get a lawyer. Just go get a lawyer. Have someone who understands what they're looking for and why they're asking the questions in the way that they're asking. Have someone, address them for you, right? So you don't get yourself caught up or you misslip or, and say something and they take it out of context. But that's the context that they needed you to say on record for them to, convict you of a crime, right? Bruce said he must be growing weed in the ground house for electric. Let's go on.
Ask your mother for money. What's the largest amount of money that you asked your parents for, say, within the 90 days before they passed?
Probably $40.
Mm-hmm.
After establishing Christopher's money problems, the detective moves on to his relationship with his mother.
Did you ever threaten your mom for any reason?
No.
So the only reason why I wanted to stop there is because even though they did establish money problems and money issues, right? His financial issues, that he would go back to his family for assistance, which is not a crime, right? That's not a crime, right? We help our family members when they're down and out. Not everybody is on the up and up all the time. But I want y'all to keep in mind about the values, the amount that he told them. The first value he said was $300. Then he said no higher have he ever asked his parents for than $500. And then he said the most current thing that he probably asked his mother for was $40. He made sure that the dollar amount was never over $1,000, and he was strategically made it seem like he gave lower amounts of a dollar amount to make it seem like this is another reason why it could not be him, because he wasn't asking for big amount of money. You know, it was like here and there. I need $40 because I need to put gas in my tank, so I can get to work or something like that, right? Or I need to buy lunch, right? He tried to make it seem, very harmless. Oh, I just asked for $40 here. I just asked for $25. And he made sure that the amount of money that he asked went lower and lower and lower. But let's go on. Oh my God, bros. You're so funny. Let's see. Everything he says would definitely be used against him in the court of law. In a few months, the judge is going to be playing God guaranteed. Yeah, absolutely. Let's go on. So now he's going to be talking about his relationship with his mother.
Did he get mad at her and think about for a minute?
I've gotten mad at her before, yeah. But I've never.
What did you get mad at her for?
Well, I thought she was treating my ex's other two daughters different from my daughters.
Correct. So obviously, when I talk to people, what they tell me is confidential between me and them.
Right.
So if somebody tells me something during an investigation, I'm not going to go to somebody else and say, hey, listen, this person told me this. So I'm going to tell you for a fact that I have talked to someone in this investigation that told me that you went to your mother and asked her for hundreds of dollars and told her that if she didn't give it to you, she was not going to see one of her grandchildren. Did that happen?
No.
Why do you think somebody would say something like that?
That I don't know.
What was your reaction when you failed the polygraph?
It wasn't good.
What do you mean it wasn't good? I mean, I understand not failing the polygraph isn't good, but what was your reaction to it?
Shocked.
Okay. Any other reaction?
No.
There's three ways you can have knowledge of something. You know what they are? You saw something, somebody told you something, or you did something yourself. Those are the three ways you can have knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
Based on that definition, do you know who killed your parents?
No.
Do you have any theories or suspicions as to who did it?
Not really, no.
When was the last time you saw your parents alive?
That morning.
What morning?
Sunday morning.
At what time?
10:30.
What was the last conversation you were having with your mother?
I don't remember.
Who do you think got along better with, your mom or your dad?
Both.
Okay. It's real important, okay, that you answer these questions truthfully. If I ask you a question and you answer it truthfully, I can eliminate you from this investigation, okay? If you tell me something that doesn't match what we know, again, instead of eliminating you, it's going to put you in the middle of it. So when somebody asks you, who did you get along with better, that's not a both answer. There's 5 flavors of ice cream on the board up there, right? And my favorite is banana. His favorite is chocolate. Your favorite is vanilla, and you hate pistachio. So please go ahead and answer that question.
Mother.
Okay. You got along better with your mother? All right. Tell me why you thought you got along better with your mother.
We never argued or fought over really anything.
When was the last thing you argued with your father about?
It really wasn't an argument, but it was over his truck.
Okay.
On the brakes on it.
Again, you need to talk to me in more than 2-word answers. Truck, brakes, vowel, can I phone a friend? You gotta tell me what happened. When I say to you, what did you argue with your dad about? You need to tell me that story.
The brakes had the caliper broken, and it was when I was driving it, apparently, and he wanted me to pay for it.
All right.
So far, Christopher has told the detectives the exact opposite of what friends and family have said. They say he hates his mother. He says she was his favorite. They say he has a temper.
Yeah, he's super lying, right? Like he's telling a whole different story than what everybody have know about his relationship with his mom. And he doesn't understand by him saying that automatically now the detectives are going to say that anything that come out of his mouth is not going to be the truth. You're not even being honest that you was getting into more arguments and fighting with your mom than with your dad, because they didn't even say if he got in any arguments with the dad. It seemed like you went to your mom for the money all the time, even though that money could have been coming from your father. She was the go-to person that you would have that conversation with, and when it came down to you being hostile or venting out your anger and your frustration, it was always happening with the mom. Now anything that he says is going to be considered a lie, and then you notice his tone. He feels that by him keeping his level, keeping his voice monotone, he feels that that's making him look even more trustworthy, and it's not at all. This is bad. This is really bad that you couldn't even be honest, whether or not, hey, listen, I don't like my mom's attitude. My mom has said horrible things. You already admitted that you was upset, that you felt that your mom was treating your ex-girlfriend's children more like her grandchildren than your own biological biological grandchildren. Everybody know that you would be hurt by that. And for you would just wow, okay. No, come on now. Who wouldn't be hurt like that? You know what I'm saying? Who wouldn't be hurt that if you felt that your kids wasn't being treated the same? Or they were being treated like secondhand redheaded stepchilds. You know what I'm saying? But you didn't even show any emotions with that. You try to make it seem like it didn't really bother you. It didn't really faze you. But it did faze you, because it fazed you enough to say that that's what you used to get into arguments with your mother about. This is crazy. Absolutely crazy. And just for him to just sit there and to continue to sit there is wow. Let's see. Bruce says, I like to hear you laugh. That's why I'm silly. Let's see. He says, so he has never asked his parents to help him buy a car, pay for a trip, etc. Wow, he's a POS. Give me the money or you can't see your grandbaby's evil dude, right? I think it was completely the opposite. I think that he was threatening that he was going to keep his kids away from the grandparents if they don't help him or assist him. And Bruce said if he didn't do it, he knows who did or paid them to do it. He got a huge inheritance. If you do this, I'll give you such and such after I get paid. That is a possibility, right? That's definitely a possibility that's how it played out. She just said lying on a police report is also a crime. They need to hurry up and get. Yeah, I mean, yeah, absolutely, absolutely. But see, these are investigators, so they're trying to get him to admit it, right? They need him to. They need a confession, and they also need a murder weapon. That's what they need. Yep, they are investigating you. Yep. Mm-hmm. All right, let's go on.
And he says he's very calm and relaxed. The detective is getting closer to accusing Christopher of taking his parents' life. However, he wants to be careful not to scare him into asking for a lawyer.
If you were involved, would you tell me?
Yes.
You know, sometimes when you get really angry, you think about doing something even though you wouldn't. It's human nature. It's like you say to somebody, do you ever just think about killing your ex? And the guy says, not since lunchtime. It doesn't make him a bad person. Do you ever get so mad at your parents that you thought about harming them even though you didn't?
No.
How do you think the person who did this feels right now?
That I really don't.
What do you think should happen to the person who did this?
Put in jail.
A lot of times when I talk to people that are involved in something like this, many times after it's happened, they're sorry, they wish they'd never done it. Do you think the person who did this deserves any type of second chance? Say if they were sorry for doing this?
Not really.
What do you think's the worst thing that would happen to you if you said you were involved in this?
The worst thing, probably the penalty.
Why do you think that?
It's just what I've seen happens most of the time.
Because Christopher's DNA matches his parents', it's difficult to prove that he was there, even if he did leave DNA behind. Also, there's a good chance he visited his parents while they were working on more than one occasion. This makes it very hard for the detectives to convince Christopher they have strong evidence against him.
No. What I'm saying is, we talked to the FBI's Behavioral Science Unit in Quantico, Virginia, and they do profiling of people that commit certain types of crimes. So, for example, if he and I are looking for a serial rapist, okay, we're going to call the Behavioral Science Unit, and we're going to ask them, what type of person are we looking for?
Right.
And they're going to tell me, oh, you're looking for a male white between 20 and 30 years of age. You're looking for somebody who's not highly educated, that type of thing. Okay? So when we talk to them, you know, one of the things that we had explained is that whoever did this cleaned the place up, tidied up after the fact. Why do you think that was done?
The hide stuff.
Okay. And what type of stuff do you think the person was trying to hide? If the person was wearing gloves, you can still leave DNA at the scene. Do you realize that? Yeah. There's a thing called touch DNA. Okay? So even though I'm wearing gloves, if my arm brushes against the counter, let's say, I'm going to leave skin cells on the counter. That's what they refer to it as. Why do you think the person that did this took the deposit but left your mom's purse there? I mean, obviously, if it's robbery, why do you think they didn't take your mom's purse?
No, I don't know.
Your dad had money on him.
So this is very important. They're doing everything in their powers to try to break him so he will admit that he did the crime, right? Just as him being the number one suspect. The DNA thing, like that type of trick that they did was really good because, you know, it is hard to say whether or not, if they do find his DNA there, those are his parents, right? Those both are his parents, so they have somewhat the same DNA, right? And then on top of that, if that's his parents' shop, he probably has helped his parents before. He probably have tidy up before. He probably have worked the cashier before. So there's many times that you're going to probably see his DNA there. It would not be odd for his DNA not to be at his parents' home or at his family pizza shop. It wouldn't be odd. So, but they have to use that to kind of get him to say, hey, listen, when we start getting that DNA back, your DNA is going to be found on it. And he's not going to be thinking about it, oh crap. So what? Those are my parents. We have the same DNA. Like, he's not going to be thinking like that. He's going to think it like, no, DNA. Now, it's different, right? When it comes down to blood and stuff, that would be hard. Fingerprints ain't hard though, right? Because fingerprints is unique. You do not get your parents' fingerprints. Your fingerprints is unique to you. So that's what they need to find. They need to find fingerprint, that type of evidence on a weapon, probably even on a smudge of blood, but then again, they just said that the person who did this cleaned up the place. All right. They cleaned up the place. So I'm wondering, when did this incident actually happen? Because this person had enough time to unalive the parents, clean up the place, and also just take the deposit check that was out of the mom's purse and leave the purse. And you did all this during the day. Did you do this, before the pizza shop actually opened? Or did you do it when the pizza shop was about to close? And who would have access to be around them when the store is actually closed and they're not serving anyone? It would be his son or a family member, right? Or an employee who works for the pizza shop. They are the only ones who's going to have the access to be there when the store opens and when the store closes. So, yeah, it's fishy. I'm kind of like taken back and disturbed by the way how he's approaching this situation, because he's very calm. But granted, it is better than someone being loud and bawling and stuff like that, because we do see people who believe by having that type of emotion is supposed to convince the detective that you're not the person that they're looking for. And we've seen enough cases on this channel to realize that that is not the case. You can be quiet as a mouse, you can be calm as a board, or you can be loud and obnoxious as a toddler, and you can still be the actual suspect that they were looking for. But let's go on. Let's hear what happens.
Didn't take that either. Any idea why that might have been? No. Is everything you told me here true? Yes. Is there anything you'd like to change your answer to? No. For sure. Okay, I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to step out and review some stuff, and we'll be back. Okay?
The detectives leave the room to regroup and go through the next line of questioning. When they re-enter the room, they decide to confront Christopher and accuse him of taking his parents' lives.
All right, like I told you, I've interviewed lots of people since I've been working on this investigation. And there's no doubt you caused the death of your parents. I want to sit down and talk to you for a few minutes, all right? Like I said, there's no doubt that you're involved in this. Now, what I got to ask myself is, why does something like this happen? All right? And when you look at these types of things, there's always what they call a precipitator. A precipitator causes someone to do something that they normally wouldn't do. All right? And one of the things we're looking at here is anger. All right? And when you have anger, okay, you don't act the way you normally do. Think of a time when maybe one of your girlfriends, you got into an argument and you got angry, and you said something, and later on you said to yourself, boy, I wish I hadn't said that. Now, in my experience, a lot of times when we get into these situations, there's two things that a person's going to worry about, okay? The first thing they're going to worry about is anybody going to find out what's happened to them? The second thing they're going to find out, the first thing they're going to worry about is someone going to find out they did something. The second thing they're going to worry about is what's going to happen to them, okay? Now, I deal with two types of people in these situations. The first type of person is the type of person, no matter what you say to them, all right, they deny everything. You probably know somebody like that, okay? Something will happen right in front of you. And you'll see it, and you'll ask them about it, and they'll say, it's not me. When you deal with those type of people, those are the type of people that don't care, okay? And if you don't care, you're wasting your time talking to those type of people. Now, the reason I came back in to talk to you is because I think you are the type of person that cares, all right? And when you're talking with those type of people, sometimes those people make a mistake. They do something that they wish they hadn't done. Now, when you look at that situation, what I'm looking at is what caused something to happen, all right? And in this situation, what caused this to happen.
So the approach they're taking right now, and we went over this on this channel before, he's taking the ego up approach, right? That's the ego up tactic when it comes down to interrogation. He's playing on this individual's ego. He's trying to say, hey, man, we all make mistakes. That doesn't make you a monster. You know, something happened, spirit of moment, you got anger, you lost your cool, and it just went above and beyond, right? And he feels that if he basically coddle his ego, that eventually he will open up a little bit more like, yeah, you know, I didn't really do it on purpose. It was a mistake. You know, this is what happened, and start spilling his guts. He's going to take this approach because the first initial round of questions did not go the way that they wanted to go. His questions was his answers was very short, very short, and just saying, no, I don't know. It was like no more than 3 or 4 words was being used when he did his answers. They could not get anything out of him. Not even questions on what would you believe if you were in the shoes of the person who did this. Do you even believe this person should be held accountable? Do you think they should be charged or convicted? You know, he couldn't really even answer it. He was just like, no, not really. You know, like, if you really cared about your parents and you had this quote unquote great relationship with them, you would be like, absolutely not. I would want that person to be held to the fullest extent of the law. But he didn't even say that. He did not even say that. Not even against your own family, your own parents losing their life. You don't even think the person who did that should be found guilty and charged for it? Let's go on.
Happened was money. This is what caused this to happen. Now, there are other reasons that other things happen, but in this situation, what caused this to happen was money. Now, when you have those types of situations, people don't think clearly, all right? They're focused on their problems. And this happens with a lot of different people. But again, what I have to look at is, when I'm talking to someone, does what they tell me match what I know? Okay? That's how a police investigation is done.
Christopher sits quietly as the detective tells him that he believes Christopher is his main suspect. It goes without saying that an innocent person accused of such a crime would not sit quietly and listen to the accusations. The detective continues by telling him it's not physical evidence that leads them to him, but it's the interviews of friends and family.
And that's one of the things that is really jamming you up. It's not necessarily physical evidence, all right? It's the fact that a lot of statements that I've taken from other people, all right, don't match what you said.
Right.
Now, when you talk to people, those are the things that get people jammed up in a real life investigation. If the police ask me, do I own a gun, and I say no, and they find a gun in my car, strike one. If the police ask me, have I ever been violent, and I say no, and they found out I was arrested for an assault and battery, strike two. These are the types of things, okay, that will jam somebody up, all right? So I'm not in here to prove to you, okay, all the evidence I have and what I know. And here's why. I've had people say to me sometimes, hey, show me the money. Show me what I've got. If you've got so much, how come I haven't been arrested yet? Because I'm not ready to do an arrest yet. I've got another DNA swab off the fire extinguisher coming back from the FBI. Okay, I've got a footprint on your mother. Okay, I'm waiting for that to come back. But one of the reasons I'm in here talking to you is to just talk about this to see what type of individual we're dealing with. Okay, the fact that this happened and the fact that you're involved can never be changed. Okay, you can't put the genie back in the bottle. Okay, that's the way it is. All right, what I'm looking at is how do we react to what happens. So I've talked to lots of people, and I know why certain things happen. Okay, so there are certain things that we can talk about. But again, what I'm looking for is, does what you tell me match what I know? That's the key thing. All right, now, there are some things I'm going to share with you later on that are probably going to be very important. But I'm not going to put all my cards out on the table.
Thanks, John.
Okay?
Appreciate you.
Not because I'm withholding information from you. It's because I've talked to people and say, okay, tell me how you know I did this. Now, I'm going to tell you this. I know you know in your heart that what you did, you normally wouldn't do. I know that. Okay? And I know for a fact that if you could turn the clock back, you would. There's no doubt in my mind. All right? But what I want you to realize is what you did, you made a mistake. I know it and you know it. What I'm saying to you now is don't make another mistake and not get this straightened up. I'm not telling the truth. You owe it to yourself, you owe it to your family, you owe it to your parents to tell the truth here. Okay? Lay it out on the table. Because I'm going to tell you, a lot of times in a situation like this, what the person is concerned about is what's going to happen to me. That's what I'm worried about. If I tell the truth now, what's going to happen? And I'm telling you, all right? It's a big difference when you tell the truth. Even when you look at minor things you've done. When you think of things that you've done, even when you were a kid, how many of them did you really get away with? I don't know about you. I didn't get away with you.
This detective is really laying it on thick. He went on a 15-minute stretch on letting this guy know that, listen, you just need to just come and tell the truth. Just man up, do it for your parents, do it for everyone. You made a mistake. It is what it is, but you should just go ahead and tell the truth and deal with the consequences. And he just keeps on going and going and going. He's even trying to tap into his psyche of his childhood to say that, this, maybe someone might not have listened to you, but this is the time where you thought that you wasn't being listened to by your parents or understood by your parents. I'm listening to you. I'm willing, and my ears is open to actually listen to you about the things that's been bothering you that led up to the point where you did what you did. He's laying it on thick, man. Wow. 15 minutes straight and still going. Still going.
Too much. But I'm just saying that the truth always comes out eventually. What I'm saying here is, tell the truth
Hey,
now.
Carla, how you
All right?
doing?
I don't think this was a contract hit. I don't think you sent two guys in to do this. All right? Because if you did, I'd be wasting my time. I think you acted out of character. You did something you didn't intend to do. I think it got out of hand. All right? And if you're sorry, you need to tell me that.
The detective continues talking without taking a break for 2 hours. He doesn't want to give Christopher time to think of more lies, and he's trying to convince him there is no point in denying the accusations. Eventually, all the detective's hard work pays off, and Christopher confesses to the crime. Because Christopher whispers his confession, most of the audio is impossible to hear. However, we were able to put some of it in this video.
Who do you talk to first? Your mom or your dad? Okay. And
What did I tell you? He finally cracked him by talking that long. And it's funny because most of the time you would think when someone continues to talk and talk and talk, that would give you time to, come up with a good rebuttal, right? But that's when you're in like a debating type of space or environment when someone wants to go back and forth with you. But he just kept on talking and talking. So he didn't even give him a chance to even conjure up some type of excuse, to the point where he broke him down psychologically to make him admit about what actually happened. That was really good. That was really good detective work right there. That was really, really, really good detective work. Because 2 hours straight, he ain't get nothing to drink. He ain't put a water in. I don't see no bottle of water with him. He ain't go sit up. He ain't go to the bathroom. Nothing. He just went straight for 2 hours. That was putting in some serious work. Serious work. Hey, yes, I do remember you. How are you? How's everything going this Sunday with you? Yeah, it is a wrap for him. It's definitely a wrap. Yes, he broke him down. He finally did break him down. But I'm gonna give it to him, right? This guy was a tough cookie. He was a tough cookie. I think that if they didn't ask him anything about his childhood or start referencing where he felt inadequate or he felt that he was not listened to, if they never referenced anything like that, I don't think that they would have been able to ever break him. But the simple fact that they tapped into deep in his psyche about traumas and experiences that he had, whether it's with his parents, family members in general, even his his relationships that probably worked or didn't work, that's what led him to break down. That's what definitely led him to break down. Let's go on. Let's hear him admit it.
what happened next? I'm sorry? She brought up the first guy. And did that make you angry?
Yes.
Was she angry with you? I'm sorry? Did you use a knife first or the fire extinguisher? Okay.
After confessing to the detectives, Christopher tells the mother of his children what he has done.
You don't even have a lawyer here with you. I don't know what to say. Oh my God. Annalise, Chris. Oh my God.
In the end, Valerie and Harvey loved their son, but they ran out of ways to help him. Christopher was very greedy. He took his parents' lives because he wanted their money and possessions. He did his best to hide what he had done, and he only confessed when he believed he was already caught, and he thought confessing would benefit him in some way. On July 23, 2014, Christopher pled no contest to avoid the death penalty, and he was sentenced to life in prison. We hope you enjoyed this video. Please share.
That's some wicked stuff. That is some wicked, wicked stuff. You did all that. You unalive your mom and your father. And it's not because they were horrible parents, and this is not to say that they were perfect, but because you thought that they were supposed to fund your life. And you thought that they were supposed to continue to give, and give. And because they weren't giving within the amount that you wanted them to give, and you, I guess, honestly, you probably wanted the money to start your own business, right? And I understand you had your own family, you had your own kids and stuff like that, but that's, at one point, that is no longer your parents' responsibility. You're lucky and blessed when you have parents who they want to invest in your future businesses and stuff like that when you're an adult, right? Because usually parents invest into their children as young children, young adults, and college students, right? But then when they're well above the age where they're having kids, they're married, and they have children, right? At this time, parents only want to invest in their grandkids. That's what they really want to invest. They don't give a damn about you. Like, you around past 25 or so, they like, look, I don't got no money for you. I got money for my grandkids. I got money to spoil my grandkids and be the parent that I wasn't able to be with you, because I had to instill, make sure you instill the discipline and all the stuff like that. So I couldn't go wild and crazy with you, right? But with my grandkids, I get to be the good parent. I get to be the happy one. I get to be the one that they all have all the smiles and stuff like that, where you're the authoritative. You're the one who has to tell them to go to bed at 9 o'clock when I give them the ice cream. That's what grandparents wants to do, right? They don't want to sit up there and feel like they still growing their grown adult children. They don't want to do that. And like I say, you're blessed if you do have parents who wants to do that. Being 31, 35 years old and 40 years old, and they still like, you know what? I will still support you and still invest in you the way that I was doing when you were younger. You're blessed. But that is not a, what's the word? That's not an entitlement, right? It's not an entitlement. You're just blessed if you have parents that do that, and parents who have money to do that. But obviously your parents, they have a pizza shop. They're not rich. They're not rich. They have a pizza shop. Not saying that they're not making decent money. They probably are, but they're preparing for their retirement, right? They're preparing to sell that shop later on so they can go on that cruise, that 1-year cruise, and go see the world and stuff like that. That's what they're doing with that pizza shop, And you don't even know. Maybe they would have left that pizza shop to you. Did you even give them a chance to do that? No. And then to take their life. So just think about how many lives you affected in the process. You took your children, grandparents away from them, right? You put your wife in a situation where now she is a single mother, right? A single married mother. Your kids don't have their father. Now this is a dark cloud over the family, people feeling the kind of way and stuff like that. It's just like you messed up so much for just that moment of you feeling that you needed this money, and you needed this money as quickly as possible, and it's not even worth it. It wasn't worth it at all. It wasn't worth it at all. Not taking your parents away from your children. Like, very sad story. I didn't like it. I didn't like it at all. Well, I never liked any of these stories. My condolences to the dead and stuff like that. That always bothers me, right? But yeah, I don't like the fact that he took his parents' life over money. It was just like how it was with the other one, that other case with the guy with the orange truck. Like, I don't like stuff like that. I really don't. I really don't. All right, good folks. I have one more case review. See, look at this. I think I went through about 4 or 5 cases, and I'm doing this for you guys because I will not be around next week. Next week is the GOAT's birthday week, so I'm not on this platform. We doing things, right? We out. We flying out, all right? So I wanted to make sure I had come in and give y'all these cases because I won't be seeing y'all next week. So just make sure if you can please hit the like button for me, share this out, comment later on. You can also leave cases that you might want me to review when I come back in the chat, and I will, do my research and review them. But let's go on. So the last case that I have for you today is a group chat exposes teen murderer's gruesome secret. So I guess this happened October 2021. This happened in Florida. Maybe some have seen this case before, some might not, but I want to go over this. Okay, so here we go. And put on front. All right, here we go.
Do you know how much investigation ID I watch? Do you know how much true crime I watch? You can't get away with
Thank you,
nothing.
Bruce. Thank you.
Jesus, there's cameras everywhere. My child is smarter than that.
Our teenage years are known to be turbulent. They're marked by young love, heartbreak, testing boundaries, and keeping secrets. But how does the saying go? Two can keep a secret if one of them is dead?
Oh my God. Here, let me step back. Can you guys go back inside for me? Thank you.
Hey, Jen. Thank you for stopping by. Appreciate it.
All right, are you live? Mm-hmm. All right, I'm off right now.
And one of them is dead, it appears. It's just too early to identify exactly who.
Please, just give us a few minutes and we'll come in and talk to you. Just go back inside. Can you go back inside, please? Don't. Just do as I ask, please. In a few minutes, an officer will come talk to you. Go back inside. Can you just, please, take her inside. Go back in your apartment for me, please. Listen, I can't answer anything right now. I just need you to go inside the apartment and stay there till I can get somebody to come and speak to you, please. Listen, what did I just ask? Just give us a few minutes and somebody will come and talk to you. Just give me a few minutes. Go ahead and go inside. Okay, go ahead and go inside for me.
The search for a missing teen might be coming to a close outside an apartment complex in Broward County, Florida. 18-year-old Dwight Grant, who friends and family call DJ, should be gearing up for a homecoming and graduation when he suddenly disappears on a Sunday in mid-October 2021. Grant is a senior at Miramar High School in Broward County. And while a bad case of senioritis isn't all that uncommon among students in his class, when he doesn't return home and misses school the next morning, that's when alarm bells ring.
I have anxiety and depression, so he would check.
He has anxiety?
No, I have.
Okay, so he would check on you.
Yeah.
Do you know the girl that he's talking to or trying to talk to?
No.
No, does he have a girlfriend?
Not to my knowledge, no.
No? Okay. All right. So you haven't seen him? What's up, man?
No, everything good? Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, so you haven't spoken to him since. Is this his behavior? Like, does he do it? He's a good kid.
He's a good kid. He doesn't drink. He doesn't smoke. He goes out. He has a plan. He goes out with his friends. He calls literally all of us all the time to let us know, like, what's up, how you are.
Okay. All right.
In the morning, at night, make sure I'm okay.
Okay. Same thing with these kids. Have they seen him? Let me speak to them really quick.
Grant's friends say he's a gamer. He doesn't run around town getting into trouble. He doesn't drink or smoke, and he certainly doesn't disappear. His friends, along with Grant's family, spend Monday handing out flyers and searching for him on foot. By Tuesday, police are canvassing the area near Sherman Circle North, a Miramar neighborhood residents describe as peaceful. Or it used to be peaceful, until around 2 p.m. on Tuesday, October 19th, when they find something in the bushes. It's a body, and not just any body, but a body belonging to a young man. Young enough to be a Miramar high school student? Police aren't quite sure. What they can say, almost for certain, is that Broward County is about to investigate a shocking homicide. Police find the body hidden in some bushes outside the apartment complex where Grant lives. The victim's body might have been easy to miss, that is, if it weren't for the blood-stained sidewalk leading investigators right to him. There are 4 detectives on scene. They convene around the body and engineer a report containing what they know so far. A young man was killed, his body was discarded in the apartment complex's landscaping, and he had suffered what appears to be 2 stab wounds, one to the neck and one to the chest. And when they look closely, they notice something else. The unknown victim is a perfect match for the description Grant's family gave police. But it's too soon to make an identification. For now, police block off the area surrounding the body and begin processing the scene for evidence.
Aquí abajo. Sí. Ahí abajo del stairwell que está ahí había mucha sangre, and you can see that probablemente están tratando de limpiarlo. Hay una cámara aquí, hay 2 cámaras aquí, y hay una cámara en esa esquina donde lo tiraron.
Sunday.
On Sunday, he went missing Sunday. So go around in the middle, go up to the 2nd floor, and put it across. So there's no one goes down the stairwell.
Okay.
That way.
So we got that and that. Crime scene tape, crime scene log. Let me get that started.
If somebody pulls the video from the place, I already have some kids.
Where's your car at?
Right here.
Okay.
I just need to see who was there doing it because they're probably
the office.
Back at Miramar Police Headquarters, tipsters are already starting to show up in the lobby and offer information.
So obviously he was stabbed. Prayers to this boy's family and this boy, because it seemed like he was a good boy, a good young man, and this is not to say that every kid that do some bad things are bad, right? But it just seemed like he was a very good kid, respectable kid. He looks like a very young, respectful kid. And what happened to him seemed very personal. And my biggest thing is that did this happen on in the bushes or the landscape of that apartment complex, or was his body moved, right? Or did he bleed out or try to run away and that's where he collapsed at? Those are the things that I want to know. Now they're going to start questioning people, see if whether or not if an altercation happened that Sunday evening that they heard out their windows and things of that sort. I hope they definitely pull the cameras. I hope that complex have cameras of the parking lot areas. Most do. I used to live in Florida. So yeah, but this is so far it's very sad. Very, very sad. Yes, it is a beautiful language. It is. Let's go on.
One woman wants to share what you might consider borrowed evidence, her teenage niece's group chat.
Can you just give me a brief rundown? I'm so sorry.
Of what's going on?
Yeah, because I
I
know
only know I've seen on the news that they found a body over by Sherman Circle, and they keep showing a picture of the kid that goes to Miramar High, saying they can't guarantee that it's him, basically, blah, blah, blah.
Okay.
But on my niece's phone, all the texts are coming through that they're her friends. And there's people from school there, and they know it's him.
Okay.
I don't know that. I don't know unless.
No, I
I'm just
understand.
assuming that it's him because of what.
So, did you speak to a detective or anything like that?
No, I haven't spoken to anybody. I just came here because my niece was telling me that she had got these texts from this girl yesterday from the modeling, and she said it was the most traumatizing day of her life when she seen him yesterday, which would have been Sunday.
Yeah.
So in my mind, 1 and 1, I'm not saying she did anything, but I'm not saying I can't come here and not show you either because she
more than
keeps
once
saying
tells everybody in the
how many
modeling
people she's
group
killed
that
and she's in a gang, which
I mean, and it could be just to be, look cool or to be tough.
But you never know.
It's like, you
and the
don't
same
know.
thing, I don't want the text messages here. I don't want them
To
to
just-
show my nieces. I don't want her.
Like
I don't
her
want her
to
name-
associate
Right.
with, okay.
Right, so it needs to be kind of, if you,
Yeah, no, I understand.
please, if you can just write on there not to put her name in there,
Sure.
just in case this
Yeah,
girl
you're
literally is who she says she
You're
is.
fine. You're fine. No, I
She's a senior,
understand.
and I want my niece to make it out of school.
I understand. You guys are good. All right. And anything else? This is my area. If you got more things you want to turn in, I'll be here. All right, I'm here until 1.
That's just the words that you
Could be
put there,
nothing.
just.
It's just
They say, if you
odd.
say something or see something, say it, and it just doesn't sit right with
No,
me,
no,
so I
I
had to come
understand.
and.
No, I completely understand. Anytime, ladies, okay?
Thank you so much.
Of course. Have a good day.
The pieces are all fitting together for investigators. Now they have a crime scene and a possible confession written in text between classmates. By the next day, Wednesday, police confidently say they can ID the body. It was him, the missing Miramar High School student, DJ Grant. But who killed him and why? The group chat the tipster shared with police might have been written off by some as immature gossip or an adolescent attempt to seem tough, but to investigators, it's as good as gold. Text messages reveal the names of 3 persons of interest in the case: 17-year-old Andre Dexter Clements, 16-year-old Jaslyn Smith, and 17-year-old Christy Parisian.
So shout out to those parents or those adults for them, taking what their niece said seriously about her being a part of a group chat that was talking in reference of harming someone, and then this boy going missing, and then now hearing on the news that they have found a body that could match the identity of the boy that was missing. Shout out to them for taking the initiative to actually go to the police with that, because you don't know if your niece was actually involved in it or not, right? There is that type of risk there by, giving out the phone number so they can see the group chat and see what she has said or anything. So, it takes a lot. It does. It takes a lot to do the right thing, especially when you can put a loved one involved in it. And we know that some people, their biases is, I'm not trying to get my family involved. You know what I'm saying? I want my family to stay out of it. I don't want to see them in jail or anything of that sort. So, shout out to them, because that was gold for these police officers to find out what actually happened to this young man, right? And we know many situations it doesn't play out that way. Most people would stay on the hush hush. They wouldn't, let anything out unless they felt that they were on the chopping block. And then when they're on the chopping block, that's when they start singing like canaries. We see this all the time. And they start turning on each other. But, shout out to the parents to do that, because, hopefully their daughter is not involved or their niece is not involved in it. But the simple fact that there was a risk that their niece could be questioned and have some involvement in it, it does shows a lot about their character. Let's go on.
Investigators waste no time in tracking them down.
Miramar Police Department. Miramar Police Department.
Yes.
How you doing, ma'am?
I'm waiting for my sister to go over there. What happened?
Are you the only one here?
Christy.
Is Christy here?
No.
Are you Christy?
No, no.
Oh, okay.
That's my daughter.
No, I'm saying, is anybody else in the house?
No.
Okay. Do you mind talking to us outside for a minute?
Huh?
Do you mind talking to us? I have Detective Woods here.
Hello.
Hi, how you doing?
I'm good, thank you.
Good.
I heard the message. I was at work. I don't know. I don't have why. I'm waiting for my sister to go over there. I got the message.
You got the, come over here and
What happened?
I just need to speak to you over here for a second.
Oh, Lord.
So, right now there's an investigation, and I guess it's your daughter?
Yeah, that's my daughter.
Your daughter, her name came up. So, what we're gonna have to do is we're gonna have to keep you out of the house for now.
Me?
Yes. Nothing has to do with you personally, but we have to keep everybody out of the apartment. So, if there's anybody else in there that's in there,
My baby sister, she's at work right now.
but nobody else is inside.
No, only three
You
of us.
you got shoes on? Okay. There's nobody else inside right now?
No.
Okay. So we have detectives that are going to get a search warrant. Okay. So right now, we're just going to make sure nobody's inside, and then we're going to close the door, and then we're going to wait for the warrant to get here. And then,
When I can come back. When I can come back, no?
as soon as you're done with the search warrant, then
Today?
go back in.
No, not today.
Yeah, today.
Even though Christy's mom is not under arrest and police do not have a warrant, they prohibit her from going inside her apartment to grab her phone.
Can I take my phone to call my sister? Is okay? Take my phone? My phone is right there. Can I call her? Because I'm waiting on her to go.
Well, right now at this point, we already gave you, notice that nobody can go back inside.
Can you take my phone for me? This is right there. By the way, is right there. You see my phone right there?
We really got to follow protocol on this one.
Oh my God.
Who is this?
That's my phone.
No, I mean, but who am I listening to?
The Christy gave me the message.
Christy's mom stands outside with police as they wait for another member of law enforcement to arrive with a warrant. She's patient and polite. She even allows one officer to listen to a voice message her daughter left earlier that day.
I'll be back home, and I will have my phone so they can bring it. So, okay.
The officer returns the phone to Christy's mom, who doesn't seem to have any additional information for police. According to her, she's also been trying to get in touch with Christy.
So are you going to be around here? Are you sticking around here, or are you leaving?
Leaving where?
You're not going anywhere, right?
No, I was going to the police station.
No, I mean right now.
I'm waiting for my sister to go to the police station because my sister drives.
Okay. Well, don't go too far because when we're done, we're going to need you here.
No, I'm just going to the police station, that's it, to see what happened, that's what. To see what happened, that's it. I'm not going nowhere because I don't know nowhere to go.
I mean, honestly, you go to the police station, they're not going to tell you anything. How old is your daughter?
What's she what now?
How old is she?
She's 17.
Oh, she's a juvenile. I mean, you can do what you want. I just don't want you to go too far.
Because Christy is under 18, her mom has the right to accompany her during any questioning by police. The officer takes her phone number so they can stay in touch if she decides to leave. By now, police have already spoken with 17-year-old Christy, who is sometimes called Chrissy by friends. Next on their list is Jaslyn Smith. They track her down and speak with her outside her family's apartment at about 11 p.m. that night.
Jackson, did you hurt this person? I didn't. I didn't hit him or anything. I was just told to push him and make sure he stayed in the corner.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear it.
I was just told to push him and make sure he stayed in the corner.
Which is what we figured after seeing that, you're a good kid and all that.
I need honesty from you, okay?
I've been 100% honest with you.
I know.
100%.
I know, but I need to know, does this implicate my child in this action of what happened?
I don't know exactly what happened. You're telling me that you were told to do something? I don't know what you did. I don't know what you didn't do.
She said that she was told to keep him in a corner.
Andre.
Okay.
All right, so with the first situation with the first mom, I felt kind of bad. They was doing a little bit too much, but I understand why they were doing it. They didn't know whether or not if the daughter was still there. They wanted to make sure that if they had any evidence, even a weapon was even found at Christi's house. Then they didn't know whether or not this girl was underage, which I thought that was kind of weird because if the victim is a high schooler who's supposed to be getting ready for homecoming, and this is a group chat with people that go to the same school, then obviously that the one that you're looking for is also underage. So I thought that that was kind of weird. And for them to try to say, well, there's no reason for you to go down to the police station. Yes, it is. That's her child. And she has every right to be with her child. If anything, she's trying to locate her child, just like how y'all trying to locate her child. So I thought that that was a little bit weird, you know, but nonetheless, she kept it cordial, respectful, even though she was in the dark about everything that was going on. It seemed like she was quite disturbed by getting that message from her own daughter. So I'm just glad that, you know, Christy went down to the police station herself. She notified her mom what she was doing, and everything went off with no other commotions, right? Now with this situation with this person, yes, his mom is asking the right questions, right? And she's not stupid. She asks if this was going to implicate her child. She's absolutely right. It is. Your child just admitted that he was told to push him into the corner and keep him there. So whether or not he's not the person that stabbed that young man, you helped, you assisted, right? You didn't allow that young man to leave and to escape danger. So yes, you are a part of it. They're not going to tell her that per se, right? Because they do want to bring him down to the station because they have more questions that they need to ask him. He already admitted his involvement. So now they want to ask him who is the one who actually stabbed this young man. They want to ask him, where's the weapon? You know, they want to ask him other things. So that's why they're not going to give all that information in detail to the mom right here. But you can already tell how concerned she is. This is very hurtful. It's sad that so many already, just two families is already, life is being shooken up in a weekend. Just one weekend. It's crazy. That's accessory to murder, what she is describing. Yeah, it is. Hey, Anthony, how are you doing? Thank you for stopping by. Appreciate you. Oh, Lord, no, none of that in there. Let's see. But some seniors are 18. I was a senior 18. That is true. I agree with that. Hopefully that all of them is underage. That's what I'm hoping, if anything. A getaway driver is still part of the crime, whether he committed the crime or not. Yes, that is correct. Absolutely. And in this case, even though he wasn't a getaway driver, he held this boy in a corner for him to get these wounds and pretty much, lose his life. So that he's definitely involved. He's definitely involved, and he just admitted it. So
Andre told me that somebody had pissed him off, or somebody that was messing with somebody else's girl or something. It had to do with some type of chick. And that he was upset and that he needed some backup for his fight. He told me it was just a fight.
I want to make sure that you both understand, because I've said this already to you in the past, that you guys don't have to stay here. You do not have to talk to me.
Are you going to arrest my child?
No, I'm not going to arrest your child. I'm not. But I want to make sure that you understand that, because she is 16. I'm being completely honest with you. I want to hear what she has to say, but I wanted to reiterate, because I said it to you and she wasn't here. That's all. Okay? Do you understand? Do you understand what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying, but I don't want to go to some police station and leave without my daughter.
I'm just saying, you don't have to. We have to hold this house, but you guys don't have to stay here. That's all I'm saying.
Detectives are still building their case. so they aren't making an official arrest quite yet. But Smith seems ready to talk, and her mom doesn't object, so the police let her share her version of what happened.
He told me to dress up in all black and follow him.
Andre?
Yes. I wore a do-rag and everything. He just said, do this for me. Just help me out with a fight. We're fine. We walked all the way there. And we walked up the stairway. And Chrissy was there. Chrissy had seduced him from what I know. I was trying to just pretend and forget that it didn't happen. I already knew that it was something like this was going to happen. I already knew the cops were going to show up sooner or later. And I already started preparing myself for the worst, Ma.
What do you mean by preparing yourself for the worst?
If they send me away, Ma. Because by everything I've already said, I'm an accomplice. And I know this, but I'm sorry.
Come here. I can't. Come here.
The female officer on scene can be seen laughing out of Smith's sight, but the scene is anything but funny. One teenager has been killed, and another has confessed to her involvement in the crime. Smith has also given investigators a motive and the name of the mastermind behind it all. 17-year-old Andre Clements.
Did you know that your personal data is being harvested and sold online by data brokers? Anyone can buy your personal details. When this happens, you're at risk for a whole host of things like identity theft, becoming the target of phishing scams, potential stalking, and
DJ Grant. Smith says it drove him to murder, and he needed recruits.
So I'd like for you to kind of tell me, step by step.
I'll just say this. The police officer, the female police officer that was caught laughing in the camera thinking this is funny, that's not funny, okay? There's nothing funny about this. Learn how to be professional and stay professional when you're in uniform, all right? This is not a joke. I don't think you would be funny, or you would think it would be funny if that was your niece, your nephew, your daughter, your brother, your cousin. You wouldn't think that that would be funny, right? So I don't understand why she's sitting up here laughing. I don't know why you think this is joke. This is people's lives that are gone. Granted, I don't care about you feeling you don't feel anything like, oh, I don't care, you did what you did, you have to deal with the consequences. That's fine. But laughing, that's not funny. Seeing him or her be emotional to their mother and pretty much letting them know their involvement and that they know that they did something wrong and all the stuff like that. Seeing a emotional moment between child and mother where they probably not going to see each other for a very long time. That's not funny. I don't like unprofessional people in uniform. I really don't. It irks my nerves. Disgusting. Anyway, let's go on. So it's such a child.
On how everything occurred, from how it all started, how you even got notified or whatever, and then moving forward from there.
Yes.
Okay? And just take your time with it, step by step as best as you can.
Do I start?
Yeah. I might have questions for you here and there. If I interrupt you, I'm not trying to be rude. I'm sorry. I just want to make sure, I get certain details here and there, okay? But yeah, go ahead. You can just start.
Before Sunday, before he came over.
Who's he?
Andre.
Andre's from school also?
Yes.
You know his last name?
Clements.
Clements?
Clements.
M-M-E-T-S? Okay. Is he, what grade is he in?
He's a senior.
A senior?
This year.
Okay. All right, so you were saying?
Before he ever came over, he told me on Friday, I believe it was Friday, that he had a situation that he needed to deal with, and he was wondering if I could help him out with a fight. Me knowing that I used to fight in elementary and used to be a bad kid-ish outside of school, I had agreed because he's a good friend of mine. I'm like, it's just a fight.
Okay.
So, on to Sunday, he had said he was going to be coming over at around 6.
Okay.
He came over at least 6:45, close to 7 o'clock.
Okay.
And he had proceeded to tell me the whole scenario of, we're going to get dressed in all black. You're going to wear clothes that you don't care about. You're going to wear gloves. You're going to wear do-rag. I know the whole layout of the building and everything that we need to do this. Get dressed, just wait, and then we'll go.
Okay.
We had gotten dressed, we had prepared. My mom had gotten home. We had told her that we were going to go on a walk.
This is so bad. This is so bad because they literally just literally admitted that they planned this, right? Now, whether or not if she and the other girl, Christina, knew that it was did they plan this for them to unalive this guy? That's what they're going to find out when they interrogate all the children. But so far that they already admitted that they plan to, quote unquote, harm someone, right? A fight, right? To assist in a fight. So off the bat, you know, that's why you should have just kept your mouth closed. The police officers had told both parents that, listen, you don't have to speak to us. You can wait until you get a lawyer. You can wait until you get down to the police station, whatever. Now, this doesn't have to happen right here and right now. They should have took that, right? They should have took that advice. Keep your mouth closed. Go down to the station, get a lawyer, get a public defender, whatever you need to do, and then approach the situation here. Because the simple fact is that it looks like these guys, the two girls and the guy set the other boy up, right? One was used to lure him. That was Christina. She was used to lure him in, you know, and make everything seem like it's cool. And this lady, she was, it seemed like she was the muscle. What she's explaining to the police officer is that she is known for fighting or used to fight and used to be a good fighter. And Andre, you know, reached out to her saying, help me with this one. You know what I'm saying? I need your back on this one. It's going to be a fight. And she was down for it. So she was the muscle, right? Christiana was the one to lure this young boy. And from what it seems, Andre was the one who had the actual vendetta against the young boy who lost his life. And he was the one who actually pulled the weapon. It's just sad. It's just really, 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 really sad. It's terrible. It's terrible, terrible. Now, Bruce, you always say something like that. What's wrong with you? Let's see. Yeah, premeditated homicide is very serious. We're talking either the death penalty or life imprisonment with football numbers. Yes, but these are children. They're under the age. They're under the age of 18, so they're going to be trialed a little differently, hopefully. But yeah, they do talk too much. They wasn't supposed to be talking to the police. This is not good. This is not really not good. Not the ladies here, I have to say. Love y'all. Okay, yeah. Let's go on.
We had left the house immediately with me, Andre, and Chrissy. And we had left the complex all the way down. He was explaining to me that the person that me and him were going to fight with, and that Chrissy was going to seduce to get him to come downstairs, had messed with a girl that he knew and had, essentially from what I know.
Okay.
This is what he had told me. And on the way there, he's telling me exactly where we're going to walk, exactly how we're going to walk, exactly what we're going to do, and what we're going to wait for a signal. And I was like, okay, it's just a fight. It's whatever. We had walked up the stairs. We had walked through the front gates of the complex.
Do you remember which complex it was?
I don't know the name. I do know that it's the complex next to the old house that we used to live to. We had walked in fully. We were wearing gloves, 2 sets. We had on all black from head to toe. We had on our hoodies and we had on do-rags to cover our eyebrows and facial hair and anything like that.
Okay.
We had masks on as well. We had walked out and
COVID mask?
Yeah. We had walked out and we were immediately when we got in there, we had walked over to where the stairwell was, while even telling me to move this way to avoid a camera and to avoid being seen.
Okay.
We had walked through there. He said there was no cameras there, so we had relaxed and chilled out more. And I'm just thinking this is a fight.
Right.
And I'm thinking the reason why we have him all black is, if he was to fight him, because he seemed pretty upset over the whole situation of what was going on. Like, okay, maybe he's gonna fight him and there's gonna be blood, and he's just like, I don't need you calling the blood on you.
Right,
or
right.
being seen, or your
Right.
mom just like seeing anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
So we had walked up the stairs while Chrissy stayed downstairs and made a call or a text saying that she was here. Me and him were upstairs.
I'm going to be honest. I don't believe it. I think that they had more to that conversation than just fighting him. The simple fact is that when you're fighting, you don't care what the hell you're wearing, right? And then y'all ambushed him. Y'all, the way how she's explaining the whole thing, y'all literally planned it, ambushed him. You knew what time he was going to be at this building, right? You made sure to hide your identity, right? So it's just like, why would you want to ambush, or I'll put it like this, why would you want to fight someone and hide your identity? Usually when you're fighting, you want that person to know that I'm fighting you, I'm stepping you toe to toe, I have a problem with you, an issue with you, right? You don't hide your identity. You don't in a way, yes, you jump people, like people jump all the time, but normally the whole crowd already knew that something was going to go down. And this is just talking about from what I know from when I went to school and when I seen stuff like that happen. The whole lunchroom knew what was going on. Everybody was waiting until it hit 2:35 and the bell rang off to go outside in the yard or whatever not. And whoever wanted to jump in from whatever side was there present for when it all came together, right? Nobody was hiding their face. Nobody was changing their clothes. I mean, if anything, they probably might slick their, and I'm from the era where, girls used to slick their hair back with a whole bunch of grease and put Vaseline on their face so that because of scratches and stuff like that. And they used to hold razors in their bras. I'm from that era. Okay. So, but all of that was done like, you wanted to know the person that you was fighting, to know that you had a problem with them and you was going to stick it to them in their face, right? The simple fact is they was sitting up there waiting. They was waiting. That young man was not there yet. Y'all sat and waited around until y'all saw him. Y'all was all dressed in black like y'all was about to commit a robbery. You set that young boy up. So the way how y'all went by to me, it doesn't seem like it was just supposed to be a fight. Like if he would have heard your voice, you think he would not been able to recognize your voice and call the cops if it was just a fight? I believe that if anything, if they don't know, but I think they do know, but I believe that Andre wanted to unalive him. He wanted to unalive him. He had already in the back of his head that he wanted to stab this boy up. And then you enlisted these other people and you made sure that they hid that identity. Y'all hid your identity and y'all thought that y'all was going to get away with it. You even said that you had a mask on, right? So it's just like, I'm not really believing everything that this teenager is saying about, oh, it's just supposed to be a fight. Now I don't believe it, because that's just not how fights happen in high school. Usually people do it because it's a reputation thing. You know, people want to sit back and talk about it and clown on it. Oh, you got your butt whooped. Oh, we got it on camera. You know, that's something that they like to big up or something like that. I was able to beat this person up, but we jumped this person. That's something that people want to big up, right? And then on top of that, y'all was already talking about it in the group chat that the police saw. That y'all was talking about it in the group chat. So yeah, I'm not believing him. I'm not believing her. Excuse me. I keep on saying him. I'm not believing her that y'all did all this for a fight. No, absolutely not.
He's just talking to me. We're relaxed. We're chill. And then he got a signal from Chrissy to walk downstairs. We walk downstairs, and he tells me to wait on the top of the stairs. And he had a weapon with him. He told me to hold the weapon. We had gloves on at this time still. We had walked down the stairs. He had approached the boy, and Chrissy had moved back and walked down the stairs fully.
Did you know this boy or no? Okay.
Boy tried to make a run for it after Andre approached him and was like, yeah, we have a problem. And he has me standing behind with a weapon. So he tells me, Chrissy looked at me and he made a run for it. And I'm like, okay, weapons just for intimidation. I'm gonna put this down. I ran and I helped Andre to tackle him and put him onto the ground.
But, of course, the weapon wasn't just for intimidation, and this wasn't just a fight. This was a murder plot being acted out in broad daylight by a love-scorned teenager and two girls who agreed to go along for the ride.
Andre is talking to him, saying everything he has to get off of his chest, and saying how mad he is, and then he proceeds to say...
And that's exactly why I said that I couldn't necessarily believe her story, because now her telling the cops that she knew that a weapon was brung. Andre showed her the weapon, the knife. From there, if you said, listen, I don't care, a fight is a fight, right? But this weapon thing, that's a whole different, story. You didn't remove yourself, right? You're not telling the police officer that you told the dude, hey, listen, you said it was just supposed to be a fight. Now you're trying to say, he just had the weapon to scare him. That doesn't make any sense. Why do you need to scare him if you're trying to just have a fight, right? Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't make any sense, right? There's no, y'all planned to hurt that man. Y'all planned to hurt that young man. Y'all planned to hurt that young man. 100% y'all planned to hurt that young man. It wasn't no regular fight. It wasn't no regular scrap, nothing. Y'all literally sat there and stoked him out, waited in the cut, camouflaged your identity, had a weapon. He was completely 100% ambushed. He didn't even know what was coming. He didn't even know what happened. He didn't have no idea. That's the bad part. He didn't have no idea that any of this was going to happen. Hi, how you doing, Snakes? That's a very interesting name. Let's go on.
You know what I have to do, right? That I have to hurt you. Like, I have to get you back for what you did. And the boy is like, you don't have to do this. I won't bother you. I won't say nothing. I haven't seen you guys. I won't say anything. Nothing. And I'm just thinking, okay, Andre's probably going to hit him or punch him. And then everything else is just, he's just going to get into a fight. We're going to leave. Andre asked for the weapon after explaining to him that he was going to kill the other boy. He had asked for the weapon, and I just handed it to him because I was like, I don't know about this, but I'm like, okay, maybe you're joking, because me and Andre are playful. We like to mess around, and we do like play fight, and we're just very like sibling type relationship.
Right.
See, again, like, she doesn't make any sense. You're literally saying that the boy said that he was going to kill him. You had the weapon and you handed it to him when he asked you for the weapon. And you really think that he was joking? And not even that, why don't you, if you said that y'all were playing like sibling like, or y'all do that with each other, you should have told him, nah, F out of here. I'm not giving you that weapon. Listen, let, like, you know, stall on him and let's go. But you didn't do any of that. So I don't understand how everything that she's saying that Andre said, how does she even think that this was a game, that he was joking and playing around? You literally hand him the weapon. You had the weapon. You was in control of the situation, turn it into an actual fight, and then actually turn it into the homicide that we see today. No, I don't believe you. You handed him the weapon because you wanted to see something. You wanted to see him hurt. Reason why you also accepted to come ride out with Andre to do this setup too. You wanted to see him hurt. That's just the truth.
And he had taken a weapon and he had pushed the other boy into the corner and he was begging not to get hurt. And I was just thinking Andre's just gonna hit him. And Andre told me to come here and help him. And I was like, okay, you can do what you want to do. You can punch him or something. And I'm just holding him. And then Andre proceeds to rapidly punch him. And then after a while, Chrissy said there's a lot of cars here, there's a lot of people watching, there's kids out, you need to hurry it up. So I'm like, Andre, do what you gotta do, just hurry it up, bro, we gotta go. He proceeded to take out
it was a knife
weapon and attempt to stab him.
I'm sorry?
Attempt to stab him.
Okay.
And he was failing, and I was just like, okay, I didn't see it because I'm holding his legs. So I'm in a position where I'm holding both of his legs and I'm wrapped around his under torso, and I just feel poking right here. And I'm wondering what that is. And the other boy, he has the weapon just like waving it, just like trying to not get harmed. And then he had another smaller weapon, and he took that out, and he stabbed him right here.
Where's right here? On the neck, like back side of the neck?
Like side.
On the right side?
Did you do right side?
According to Smith's story, the only fight that took place that afternoon was DJ Grant's fight for his life. And despite her claim that she didn't know the full extent of Andre's plan, Smith admits to helping hold Grant still, even after Andre stabs him.
Also, the boy was just like, you're gonna kill me. Just choke me out or like end it, because he kept going in and out. He's like, choke me out, end it, stab me, do something. And Andre stabbed him again.
And see, this is why I can't even give her any grace whatsoever. You know, you literally are holding this boy down, holding his legs. 1 minute you had him pressed up against the corner. That's what you told the cops initially when they were at your house. Now is you got this boy on the ground. You're holding his legs. You hand Andre the weapon. You see that he's trying to stop Andre from stabbing him. And then he pulls out another little pocket knife and stabs him, right? And even while you see him get stabbed and you see him phasing out because blood is now starting to leak out and stuff like that. And he's like, if you're going to just do it, do it. It's nothing clicked in your mind saying, you know what, maybe I should stop Andre for going too far because this is supposed to be a fight and I should let his legs go. None of that came to mind. But you really want the police officers to believe that you had no intentions on unaliving this young man or stabbing this young man or it getting this far. But every action you took was to help this young man lose his life. so many different parts in this story where you could have had changed the trajectory of this young man losing his life. You had possession of the weapon at one point. You seen that it was getting physical, as in not as an actual physical fight. You're holding him down, right? He's being pinned down. You see him get stabbed. You don't do anything. You continue to hold him down. You see him get stabbed again. You still holding him down. Like, I have no sympathy. Sympathy is completely gone. That whole I didn't know, we just thought it was a fight, that excuse went right out the window. You knew exactly what was going on. You, Christiana, Andre, y'all knew what the plan was, and the plan was to unalive this young boy. And that's why y'all came over there in covert, covered up, camouflaged out, and all that stuff like that, because you didn't want to be caught on camera. You wanted to make sure nobody's seen you. You want to make sure that they don't know who was walking away from the bushes or the landscape of the building through the parking lot, or who ran this way and that way. You did all these things because this is exactly what you wanted to do. I have no sympathy whatsoever. Whatsoever. Absolutely not. Throw the book at them. That's how I feel. I'm sorry.
And he had told me, and Chrissy, he had told me to get Chrissy and get cleaning supplies. And at this time, the gloves that we were having on and wearing were ripping and torn. And I was getting nervous, and I was getting scared. And I wasn't showing any of it because I'm just like, if I show this, they're gonna know that I'm like, I can't do this, and I'm like freaking out. So I'm like, I'll do what you say. I didn't tell them this, but I'm like, I'll do what you say. It's what it is, and whatever happens, happens.
It is what.
They even had gloves. They even had gloves. You see what I'm saying? Like, shut up. Like, oh my God, this ignorant child. You had gloves on. Like, y'all knew. You knew what was up. This is not, oh, I never knew it was going to get to this point. Y'all did not come for a fight. Y'all came for an execution. And y'all, that's what y'all did. Y'all executed that boy. It's terrible. Like, this is really sickening to my stomach. And to hear her tell the story and then trying to make it seem like in some way she's innocent, or she did not have knowledge of everything that was going on or everything that was supposed to happen, but you're saying everything in detail and how much you are involved in it. And that is completely different than what you told your mother in front of your house. You just said, oh, I just pushed him to the corner. I was told to push him to the corner, and that's all I did. No, you did a whole lot more. You did a whole lot more. And that's probably why the mom is sitting back there very, 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 very quiet and listening, because you really try to play on your mom's heartstrings about how you're about to be implicated into something that you didn't have that much knowledge of. No, she's listening now and realizing how intricate you were in this plot, in this plan. You was literally the second in command of this murder. This is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. No.
What it is. Smith's demeanor feels cold for someone who supposedly didn't expect the altercation to go down this way. But then, once the story of Grant's death is told, Smith seems to slip up and reveal something to officers that contradicts her original story.
So I had helped Andre move him a certain direction under the cameras, under the one camera that we saw right there, and into the bushes. And at this time, we both had not eaten, we both were exhausted, so he's like, push him back here into the bushes and just leave him there. we'll figure out what to do with him at a different time. And I'm just saying, okay, because prior to this, he had told me that this was the first person he had ever killed.
Prior to this, he had told you that?
When we were at the house, when we were just talking about the whole plan of what to do, what was going to happen, but he never told me that he was going to kill somebody until at this time. You know, like, this is the first.
Oh, that girl done threw her life away completely. You just slipped up and told the police officers that prior to this, Andre told you this is the first person that he ever killed. So that whole story about you not knowing that this was supposed to be a killing and that it was just going to be a fight, you confirmed that is exactly what it was. It was a killing, and you agreed to ride at dawn for a damn fucking killing. That's what you told the police. You completely lied to your mother and the police right then and there, talking about, I thought it was a fight. I didn't know it was supposed to get like that. I didn't he handed me a weapon and on the scene of the crime, and I just helped. No. You knew everything. You knew everything. Y'all plotted this. Y'all sat at the house in one of y'all bedrooms, and y'all sat there and y'all plotted this, and you knew it was a killing. You knew it was a killing. And then you helped this raggedy ass boy. You helped move the body. So where he was placed at, and remember I said that in the beginning, I wanted to know whether or not did they move the body, or did the boy finally get loose, ran away, and he succumbed to his injuries and fell in that and fell in that land space of that complex. And now we know they moved the body. They moved the body and put it over there. I'm completely disgusted. I am so disgusted right now. So disgusted. And then the way that she's explaining it, I don't know if that's what's aggravating me more than actually hearing the words and the details of what happened to this young man. But I don't like the tone of her voice while she's explaining this horrible act that she has committed with fellow classmates. It seems like it's coming from a sense of, well, it is what it is. I'm remorseful, but then it's not really my fault. Like, that's what type of tone that she's giving me. And it's really bothering me. It's really bothering me, the tone that she's explaining the story. I'm not liking it. I'm not liking it at all. Yeah, the mom is shocked. You can see her in the back. She is super shocked. Absolutely shocked. She's completely speechless. Completely speechless. You can just tell. She has such disgust in her face. Such disgust. She's like, who is this person? She's literally looking at her daughter like, who the hell are you? And who the hell did I have in my house? She can't believe it. She cannot believe it. She is totally disgusted. I'm totally disgusted. And this is not even my child. So I know I can only imagine what the mom feels. Only imagine. And I don't ever want to imagine that.
I'm going to leave it here. I'll ask Chrissy. We're going to leave.
Clements had spoken to Smith about killing Grant while they were still getting ready at her house, before they met with Parisian, and before they lured Grant to the stairwell where he ultimately met his demise. After the teens dragged Grant's body into the bushes, they cleaned up and sealed their supplies and weapons in a bag that Smith hid in her jacket. Then they removed their gloves and walked back to the complex where Smith lived. They found an open, grassy area outside the complex, clearly visible to residents who happened to be looking, and set out to dispose of the evidence. They started what Smith calls a bonfire with gasoline. They threw bloody clothes in the middle, gathered around it, and talked. As they watched the blood-soaked fabric burn, they shared their fears and wondered what would happen next. That's when a security guard for the apartment complex approached them. Now they had a witness, not only to the crime itself, but the aftermath. And to make matters worse, he wasn't the only one. Someone else had alerted him. And as she would later tell police, she remembered everything.
I saw the tape, I remember everything. And the two girls, they were just standing there, but they weren't moving much. The chubby girl, she was just like moving back and forth, like standing in the same spot but moving a little bit. And then the guy was moving around the fire, just throwing more gasoline.
What was he? What did you see him throw?
It was like a bottle. It was like the normal bottles that.
Like a bottle that you use for like a barbecue, or
yeah,
like
yeah.
they-
Like it looked like I don't have a water bottle, but it just looked like one of those normal bottles with like, you know how it's say when you go to a restaurant it's like ketchup.
Okay.
Yeah, like he was just throwing the gasoline.
Okay, like that.
Mhm. Those. He was just walking around the fire and he was just throwing more in the fire, which is getting big.
And what was it?
I don't know. I just know like it looked like some type of material. It didn't look like cause we have like a lot of ducks. It didn't look like they killed a duck or something. It looked like it was a material that they were doing.
Okay, like material, like clothes, something of material type. Okay. And did you recognize any of them?
No, cause it was pretty far, but seeing them on the news, their faces. That's when you could
You
like
remember
guess.
that they were the same ones
Yes.
that you saw that night.
Yes.
Okay, and then when you saw that fire happening, what did you decide to do after that?
Honestly, since they were doing it on the grass, I felt kind of unsafe that they would probably like go to the certain point to spread the fire because they're teenagers. So I just slowly I walked really fast, and I went to the other side of Sherman Circle, the other side of the complex of Lake Vista.
So the other side of like where the leasing offices.
Mhm.
So you were able to see their face clearly. If you were ever able to see them again, you would recognize them.
I didn't see their face, but I saw their body shape, and seeing them on the photos, you could picture them, especially the chubby girl. It was very noticeable. I could see her braids.
Okay.
And the kids.
And you did alert the security guard.
Yes.
Of the fire.
Yes.
And that's when he was made aware. Okay.
Is there anything else you can think of about that night that kind of stood out to you?
No, not really. I just saw their emotions, and right when I came to my apartment, they were.
What did they appear like?
You could feel the traumatization from them, and you could feel like they were scared, but you could also feel like they had that energy of the way of thinking like he deserved it. Like you could notice that.
Okay.
And right when I went to my apartment, I immediately went to my balcony to see if they were still there, but they were gone really fast.
Right. And all you saw was
all I saw was the burnt grass.
Now investigators have security footage of the teens in all black. Eyewitnesses who saw Clements, Parisian, and Smith burning the evidence, and Smith's long-winded confession that she gave police in the squad car. All they needed now was the weapon, and that, it turned out, would be the most shocking part of the crime.
You had said that the weapon that Andre was using, he used it to stab the boy. I'm assuming it's a knife then that he had?
There is a knife, and there is a longer
A longer what?
sword.
A sword. Okay. Do you know what ended up happening with those? So it was a small knife and then the long sword?
Yes.
Okay.
A sword. Now that complicates things for Smith. The officers know that it's possible Andre Clements could have concealed a knife from Smith and Parisian, but to miss that he carried a sword all the way from her apartment to the complex where they met up with Grant, that seems unlikely to detectives.
When he first came here, before all this started, right?
A sword? A sword? A whole sword. Where the hell they get a sword from? Where did they get a sword from? A sword. I'm a sword. So you mean so you mean to tell me you had no idea that y'all was trying to unalive this young boy when you came with an actual knife and a sword. A sword. I'm thinking it's a machete. I'm just gonna keep it 100. But a sword, yeah. Yeah, it's a wrap. It's a wrap for all of them. For all of them.
When he first showed up at your house, he got here with, you said it was a collection, right? The small ones was a part of a collection?
The small ones I didn't see, but they were like either in his pocket or in the bag that he had brought with him.
Okay. And I guess one of them stayed behind, and then he took one small one, and then the big sword also. So you saw the big sword when he first showed up here in the first place?
Not when he... I didn't see it exactly. I saw that there was a bag with it, and I was like,
they do, Miss Jason?
Because somebody else had taken everything out of the house behind us, and I didn't know where that was. And I believe it was either in like a jacket with him or with Chrissy in an extra jacket or in a bag with them.
Okay.
I didn't see it. I wasn't paying much attention.
Maybe Smith wasn't paying attention, but law enforcement are locked in. By now, detectives have a mountain of evidence that they hope will prove pivotal moments in Smith's story to be true, and others false. Security footage from the apartment complex shows the three teens in black as they walk to ambush Grant by the stairwell, just like Smith alleged. One camera even captured Grant's final moments. Another what appears to be footage of the teens dragging Grant's body into the bushes. But some pieces of Smith's story aren't adding up. Police confiscate and download the teens' phones to get the full truth. Smith's claim that she thought it was just a fight, well, text messages tell a different story. One message read, "Murder will definitely happen soon." Within days, police detain Smith, Parisian, and Clements. All three teens are charged as adults and receive the same charges of tampering with evidence and conspiracy to commit murder. Smith and Parisian are also charged with murder in the second degree. Clements, who authorities allege orchestrated the killing from the start and drove the sword through DJ Grant's chest, was charged with premeditated murder in the first degree. Smith and Parisian plead guilty and are sentenced to 25 years. After their release, they'll each serve an additional 10 years probation. On February 18th, 2025, 20-year-old Andre Clements pleaded guilty to murder, tampering with evidence, and conspiracy to commit murder. He was sentenced to 40 years in prison plus lifetime probation. NBC Miami reported that the presiding judge left the courtroom in tears.
That was that was very hard to look at. That was one of those cases that it doesn't really sit well with me. It's terrible because those kids, they really wanted to do that. It was and mind you, I mean, there's this saying where kids are evil, right? Like, and when they say kids are evil, they mean how blunt kids are, right? They don't sugarcoat anything. If they say you stink, you stink. If they say you ugly, you ugly. Like that's what people say when they use that phrase, kids are evil. But, now to actually like look at a case and see actual young people really do something really evil and be of full conscience and mind about what they're doing and don't have no remorse. They didn't have no remorse or anything. They didn't feel no guilt. It does sound exactly what that witness said, how they felt like they felt that this boy deserved it. deep down in their heart, they felt that he deserved it. So that's why they didn't have no guilt about what they did. And it's sad. It's really sad. Prayers to that young man who lost his life. He shouldn't have lost his life for something stupid as him liking a girl that Andre likes. And to be done like that is just like, you'll say in your mind, like, who raised you at this point, right? But then you can tell by the women that were their mothers that were seen in this situation, they are startled, right? They're in full shock. They're looking at their own children like, I don't even know who you are. You know what I'm saying? I don't even know this person who've been living up into my house, that whole story is really terrible. Really, really terrible. And you're right. I don't really hold my emotions that well. Like, you could definitely tell when something affects me. And that really did affect me. Very, very sad, because especially since, I'm a mom and I have a teenager. And these are things that are happening in school, right? Outside of other things, but things like this happen, and I always have to be concerned and worried about things like this, So hearing stories and stuff like that about kids doing evil things and the reason why they do it, and finding out that there was no reason why they really did it, yeah, it really does affect me. Really does affect me. Yeah, they don't care. It's sad. It's really, really sad. Well, good folks, that is all that I have for you today. I hope you enjoyed all the cases that we went through. I will not be back next week. As I let you know, next week is my birthday week, and I am partying like a rock star for my whole birthday week. So you're not going to catch me. Y'all see me the next following week, per se. And I just hope everybody have a great rest of their evening. And I hope you have a great Monday to start the work week. And like I said, if you do have any other cases that you would like me to review, please go ahead and put it in the chat. And I would definitely look into it. So we did Christina Williams case today. So shout out to the viewer who gave me that case to look at. So I appreciate it. The next one that I will be going over is the Joseph Tagger. So I have the Joseph Tagger on my list. So I'm going to be looking into that case. So that will be the first case that I will look into when I do return. But I truly appreciate everybody that was able to rock out with me for this long. Another year in my 40s. I love it. I enjoy the golden years. It's a beautiful thing, and I appreciate every single last one of you. So go ahead and enjoy the rest of your day. Like I said, I probably might write something on my community wall, but I would not be doing any videos because I will be out and about. But thank you, everyone. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you, Bruce. Thank you, Miss Jalen. Thank you to every single last one of you who have came and stopped by, participated, showed some love, just came to say hi. Truly appreciate it. Even somewhat the trolls, even though y'all get on my nerves, but shout out to the trolls. And I will see you on the next one. Goodbye, everyone.